is free of fraud, is free of bias, is free of cheating or falsification. And how do we validate our data before analysis? Five main processes are highlighted here, but you don't have to do the whole five. It can be one of them that will be applicable to the research you are doing at a point in time. And those five processes are: number one, is it free of fraud and bias? Have I done the screening of the patient before I collected the data? Did I follow the right procedure? Did I complete the procedure? And is there any other courtesy that could affect the outcome of the data? All right. Fraud and bias. That's like error that could come from negligence, actions or inactions due to using wrong instruments or using wrong method. How can we ensure that our data is free of fraud and bias? If you use a questionnaire or any other instrument, you make sure that the questionnaire that you use is reliable and valid. That is why many of the times when you report that you want to use this questionnaire or that questionnaire, your examiner will ask you what is the reliability and validity of this questionnaire. Once you are able to report the reliability and the validity, that is okay. The data will be assumedly free of fraud and bias, and you can subject it to analysis, still under that stage three. If you are doing a test, all right, if you are doing a test, like you're testing intervention, one way of ensuring that the outcome is free of fraud or bias is by doing randomization. That is why randomization study is the gold standard of study. Although we've said that it's not all studies that are carried out with randomization, but randomization is the gold standard because when you randomize patients, you are sure that the participants have equal chances of going to any of the two groups. That's one way of preventing fraud or bias. Another way of preventing fraud or bias is by using a method of blinding. Now, if I want to do a study on relationship between physical activities and low back pain, I am the researcher. I could employ somebody that did not even know what I want to do to collect the data for me so that my feelings or my emotion will not affect the data that I've collected, so that I will have no influence on the data that I've collected. The person that is helping me to collect the data did not even know what I'm doing. That means the person that is collecting the data is blinded to the study. Do you understand? Sometimes we employ people to come and carry out the intervention. Their own job is just to carry out intervention. They don't know anything about the study. That is also another form of blinding. Sometimes people that are going to analyze the study for us, we just send the result to them and we said, find the difference between A and B. We did not tell that person what A has done or what B has done, so that the person will not be influenced by that level of information. That is another form of blinding. Do you understand? So, what are the things that we normally do in research to avoid fraud and bias before we analyze our data? Number one, we make sure that the research instrument we use is reliable and valid. If we're doing if we're doing experimental study, if possible, we randomize. And if we're not doing experimental
As
study, we can do blinding.
for observation.
So data collection,
Is that it
randomization,
observation? Not
and
for
blinding are
what's it
ways
called?
of making sure that our data
So I'm
are
interested in
free
what
of
you are saying
fraud and bias.
by
Please,
choice is not to
somebody microphone is on. Please, can you
yes,
mute your microphone, please?
maybe what I'm doing, or perhaps I need to show you it.
Somebody microphone is on.
The network not
Please,
here, so I didn't hear what you were saying.
I don't know who
Oh,
this
okay.
person is,
The
but somebody
host
microphone
microphone
is
is
on.
on. It's the host.
Okay, thank you very much. So these are the things that we do in the phase 3 of quantitative research. And that's what you're seeing on this slide. Blinding can be single blinding and it can be double blinding. You've got to make sure that all these things are done before you put your
I thought I
data
missed
on.
2 and 3. I did not say I picked 3. I said I'm almost done with my.
The hosts are still disturbing us. The
I
host,
only
please,
I was
your
number one.
microphone is on
I
now.
listened. I was picked out when we finished the first one.
MRTB, please mute your microphone. The voice is disturbing. Please. Please mute your microphone. Thank you very much. So blinding can be single blinding or it can be double blinding. All right. I've already explained that. All this has to be done in phase 3. After we have done that, that is when we are going to enter the data into software that is going to analyze it for us. And we have a variety of software, but the most commonly used in this environment is Microsoft Excel and statistical package for the social science called SPSS. And talking on that one is another lecture entirely. That is biostatistics analysis. It's not part of research method. It's like 1 or 2 different lectures all together. It's a different process entirely. You should avail yourself. I don't know whether my colleague is going to talk on that, or you should avail yourself another opportunity of training on this analytical method that we use in research. So, talking about this third phase again, you collect your data, you want to enter it into research engine, you have to reduce it. That's descriptive statistics. You have to reduce the data. You have to make sure the data is free of fraud and bias. Then you have to enter it into the relevant software to carry out the analysis. We are still on that stage. Oh. We have not finished. We are still on that stage. Then you apply the data onto the research engine and there's an output. You're going to get an output. The descriptive data will come out. The inferential data will come out. What you have to do as a statistician or as a researcher is to put this data or this value that you got in form of a table so that the reader will be able to understand what you have done just by looking at your table, even before they read how you have described the table. All right. So the next thing on that phase is to learn how to do a very good table. And like I told you, most of these things I'm talking about, you get perfected with them with practice. This presentation is just to lay templates so that by the time you begin to do the research, you begin to appreciate the step and the phases that we have talked about. All right. So in doing the table, after we've obtained the result from software, we can have a one-way tabulation, in which case you have one variables as dependent and the other variable expressing frequency and percentage. Here, the independent variables is the number of
Does
students.
the bot is the bot going to send the reminder?
I don't know how we are going to reach out to this MRP that are disturbing. No.
Through email or what?
It's really disturbing, Allah. And to now think that it is MRTB that is disturbing us is not the student, it's even more disturbing.
What's up?
MRTB, please mute your microphone.
What's
Sir,
up?
maybe
What about
someone should
WhatsApp?
reach them privately.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, let us continue. So it's just slow down your face and you start thinking about somebody speaking instead of thinking of what you are teaching. So the one-way tabulation, you have one independent variable and you have the description, either frequency, percentage, means, and standard deviation. Whereas in two-way tabulation, you can have two independent variable. Like this table, would you consider yourself to be physically fit? Yes or no? It's a level of independent variable. Male and female is another level of independent variable, then you can now have whether total, frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation at the other end. So it can be one-way tabulation and it can be two-way tabulation. Then we now go into the analytic phase. In the analytic phase, quantitative data, like I told you, will be reduced. They are interwoven. The third and the fourth phase are interwoven. You prepare for it, you go into it. So you see that this phase, analytic phase, is still talking about some of the things that we have talked about in the third phase. You have to reduce the data. Uh, Reducing the data is making it to come out in form of frequency and percentage, in form of means and standard deviation. You have to now carry out the analysis depending on the scale of measurement that you have used. All right. I think I should talk about this. I don't want to leave it to biomedical. I don't want to leave it to inferential. I don't want to leave it to statistical method alone, because we have to think about the scale of measurements we are going to use. All this one would have been planned through in the second stage when we are busy about the design of the study. Which scale will I use to measure this particular habit? If I use this scale, will it affect the type of statistics that I'm going to use? That is what the analytic stage is talking about. You reduce the data, you relate measurement scale with variables to determine the type of statistics you are going to use, and you interpret the result. I'll talk a little bit about that. These are different means of reducing the data. We can reduce the data into mean, median, mode, frequency, range, and percentages. I think we've touched briefly about that. No, don't worry about this one. Now, number two, we have to relating the data with the measurement scales that we use. Is very important to determine the type of statistics that we use. And basically, there are four different types of scale, four or five different type of scales of measurement. You get to understand them very soon. You get to understand them very soon by the time we go through the slide. We have nominal scale, we have ordinal scale, we have interval scales, and we have a ratio scale. Now let's look at them one after the other. When you are using a nominal scale of assessment, that is when you are assessing a non-numerical data. You are using a non-numerical data. In the data that you are taking, you are only concerned about male and female. You are not measuring any figures like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or you are busy with yes or no. Like when you use, what's the name of this questionnaire used to measure a Nordic musculoskeletal questionnaire? Many of you have used Nordic musculoskeletal questionnaire. You see there is a column where they said, do you have low back pain? The response will be yes or no. The response does not come in 1 and 2. So this type of scale are called nominal scale. When it measures in categories of male or female, yes or no, good or bad, it is nominal. Now, how do you reduce data that come with nominal scale? How do you reduce their data? Any data that come with nominal scale is a non-parametric data. And the best you can do to reduce it is to find the frequency of male and the frequency of female, or frequency of those that say yes and frequency of those that say no. So to reduce nominal scale, you will use frequency and percentage, because you need to know before you go into the analysis. And even because you are using frequency and percentage, it will determine the type of statistics you are going to use for the final analysis. All I just want you to know is that nominal scales goes with what? Frequency and percentages. When you use nominal scale, you will reduce the data into frequency and percentages. The other scale is ordinal scale. Also, this ordinal scale is a non-numerical scale. It doesn't come in numbers. It comes with description. But this description will be in ranks. You can see the orderliness. You can see the ranks. For example, look at the right-hand corner of the slide where I said evaluating the frequency of occurrence of low back pain among students. That's the question. And the participants are asked to choose between very often, often, not at all. Do we see any figure there? No, it is not numerical. But we can see graduation from very often to not at all. There is graduation, there is ranking in ordinal scale. But what is not sure in ordinal scale is that the difference between one level of ranking and the other is not known. It's just imaginable. We are just imagining that often is not as much as very often. But by how much? Who knows by how much often is very often is higher than often? Nobody knows. Who knows by how much is often more than not often? Nobody knows. Who knows by how much not at all is less than not often? Nobody knows. That's what you get in a Likert scale. Are you with me? Are you with me, sir? There is ranking, but the difference between the interval is not known. The difference between the interval is not known. When you use a questionnaire that comes like that, we will say that you are using an ordinal scale of measurement. An ordinal scale of measurement also is a non-parametric, is subjectable to non-parametric statistics, just like just like the first one that we discussed, just like the nominal scale. So if you use a scale like this, you will reduce all these items into frequency and percentage. How many people say very often? How many people say often? How many people say not often at all? You will report the frequency and percentage, and that will also determine the final analysis that you are going to do. So we have nominal scale going with frequency and percentage, ordinal scale going with frequency and percentage. Then we have interval scales. Now you will notice that nominal scale and ordinal scale, they are non-numerical. They are non-numerical, but interval scale is numerical. It could start from 0, it might not start from 0. But you will see that it is numerical and it's in graduation. It may not even have absolute 0. This scale are usually called Likert scale in statistics. So how are we going to reduce data coming from interval scales? We will reduce them by using either means, median, or mode. Means, median, or mode. But for nominal and ordinal, we are going to use frequency and percentage. You see example there. I said, for example, here, if you want to investigate patient satisfaction with physiotherapy treatment, you can use a Likert interval scale like that will ask a question like, please state your satisfaction level with the physiotherapy treatment you have received on a scale of 0 to 5. On a scale of 0 to 5, it's specified. So the person can say, okay, where 5 is very satisfied and 0 is very dissatisfied. So the person can choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you use a scale of measurement like this to collect your data, you are using an interval scale. And you are expected to generate means, median, or mode. But you know, most instances we go for mean, except if the data did not show symmetrical distribution. That's why we go for median. But in most cases, if the data is small, even though it doesn't show symmetrical distribution, if it is small, we'll go for mean. But if you collect a large data and it's not widely distributed, that's when we go for median. Okay? Now, the best of them is what is called the ratio scale. Ratio scale is also numerical and it is graduated. You can see the true 0. You can see the difference between one level and the other. For example, if I collected data on height and I said the height of the first participant is 2 meters, the height of the second participant is 4 meters, everybody knows that 4 is different from 2 by an interval of 2. and there's a true zero. That's a ratio scale. So when we want to reduce a ratio scale, we also use means mostly, but we can use median mode, like I told you again, only if the data do not show symmetrical distribution. But if you collect data on 5, 6, 10 subjects, even though it doesn't show symmetrical distribution, you will still use mean. But if it's a large data that is not showing symmetrical distribution, that's when you now use median. But generally, mean, median, mode are for interval and ratio, whereas frequency and percentage are for ordinal and nominal scale. Is that clear? So this is how they exist: nominal, ordinal, frequency and percentage, interval, ratio. That's when you use means, median. You can see summary of their properties here. Nominal comes in form of name variables. Ordinal comes named and ordered variables. You can see the categorization, the ranking. Intervals comes with name, ordered, and you can see the proportion interval ratios is numerical. All right. So that is how scale of measurement can affect that stage 4. These are things that you need to know. You've collected the data. You must make sure that it is free of bias. You must be prepared to present your table. You must ask yourself the type of scale that you have used so that you will know how you are going to reduce your data and the type of statistics that you are going to use in the final analysis. If we are to go into that, then we have to go into t-test, ANOVA, parametric, non-parametric, which I think is outside the scope of this my own presentation. The final phase in quantitative study is dissemination phase. No research is completed. Maybe many of you have done undergraduate research, but the world did not know anything about what you do. So in the real sense, it's like you have not completed that research you have done 3, 4, 5, 10, or 20 years ago. Because no research is completed until the result of the research is disseminated to the final consumer. And who are the final consumer? Other researchers, the populace, and the policymaker, and the patient. The patient is part of the populace anyway. So when you finish a research, you need to seek avenue to present the outcome of your research in a seminar, in a conference, on TV, in radio presentations, and we have social medias now, but in peer-reviewed medium, mostly like journals, like other scientific publications, and we have a lot of them all around now. That is where the end of quantitative research is marked, when you disseminate your findings. That is phase 5. So, colleagues, this is what I have for you on quantitative, the steps that are involved in quantitative research. I'll quickly go through the last one, which is the step in qualitative research, before I take a break. All right, so let me just get that one on. Major step in qualitative research. All right, major step in qualitative research. You know, we started our discussion today by highlighting the differences between quantitative and qualitative research. And you know, I did tell you that when it is qualitative research, it means numerical variables are not involved. It only involves views or opinion of people, view of opinions of people, or observation of the researcher. Those are the basic things that are involved. And sometimes, you know, this research is very, very important, even to us in biomedical sciences, because it enables us to know what our patients feel outside the outcome measure that we give them. If you ask me about my pain, if you want to do it quantitatively, you only give me VAS, or you give me verbal rating scale or numerical pain rating scale, you will not know whether the pain is affecting my emotion, is preventing me from carrying my children, is affecting my work, or some other experiences, or whether people around me are making the pain worse for me. You will not know unless you ask me to speak my own view of the incident. So qualitative research consider the view of the participants or their opinions. It considered observations and interpretation of the researcher. Sometimes it's the researcher that made an observation, and based on his observation, he make interpretation. It will still be considered as a research. Those are the things that qualitative research looked at. Is that clear? All right, sir. So definition, by definition, qualitative research is collecting, analyzing, and interpreting data by observing what people do and say. It is very, very subjective, and it uses different methods to collect its own information. We talk about how information is collected in quantitative analysis by testing and questionnaires, but in qualitative research, we can use in-depth interviews on focus group interviews. Now, qualitative research has its own strength and weakness. All right. It is good for examining the experiences, the feelings, and motivations of people. No, it allows people to speak beyond the outcome measure that the physiotherapy is bringing. Sometimes you can see your outcome, you can think that your outcome measure has captured everything, but you'll be surprised by the time people open their mouth to tell you about their own experience that you still have a lot of things to learn from the patient themselves about the phenomenon that you are studying. It allows for an insight into the complexity and the depth of the issue. That's why many postgraduate studies allow students to do a mixed method study. Yes, you have shown us what will happen by applying objective outcome measure in quantitative study, but we want to see what the patient wants to say about the treatment that you have given and what is their suggestion. What is their suggestion for improvement? Quantitative study provide insight into the real life situations rather than the outcome measure that the physiotherapy is using. But its weakness lies in the fact that it cannot extrapolate. We, we cannot extrapolate the findings to a whole population. Whatever you get from qualitative study is more or less applicable to those people that say it. It cannot be generalized like quantitative study. Then sometimes the analysis in qualitative study might be complex than imagined. Then it could be time consuming as well. It could be more expensive sometimes too, on few occasions. I beg your pardon. So, what are the different research design we have in qualitative? There are lots of them, and we are going to touch on few of them. We have one basic interpretive qualitative study. We have phenomenological, grounded theory, case study, ethnography, narrative, critical quality research, and postmodern research. These are different design. We've talked about the design in the quantitative, experimental, non-experimental, type of experimental, type of non-experimental. Now, these are the design in the qualitative. So you will have to decide design you want to use when you are going qualitative. Let's talk about basic interpretive qualitative study. Let us say that an incident happened somewhere and we want to investigate the cause and effect of the incident. Somebody can just decide to go to that area and begin to interview people. Do you understand? Were you there when the incident happened? What do you think is the cause? How do you think the incident that has happened has impacted on the people? And then you get a response from them and you analyze the response. That is basic interpretive qualitative study. In basic interpretive, you get your response, you can get your response from those people that experience the incident and people that witness the incident. It doesn't matter. Do you understand? Only people that are able to give you an account of what has happened are the people that you need. They can tell it can be people that have direct impact as a result of the accident, or people that don't have direct impact but they witnessed it. So when you gather them together in an interview and they give you a rich load of information, and the researcher now make meaning out of what they have said, it will be said that the researcher is carrying out a basic interpretive qualitative study. All right. Another design is phenomenological study. Almost very similar. But where phenomenological study is different is that it's only people that have experienced the phenomenon you are investigating that will be able to give you information. You know, in interpretive, anybody can give you information, any individual. In phenomenological, for example, if I want to find out about the experience of core stability exercises, or I want to find out about experience of using axillary crutches, it's only patients that have used axillary crutches that will be involved in that interview. I cannot call people that see people using the crutches like in the interpretive design. In phenomenological design, it's only the patient that have experience of sickle cell anemia that can be involved in a study that will tell us how sickle cell anemia is presented and the effectiveness of physiotherapy, because they have experienced sickle cell anemia, they have participated in physiotherapy treatment. That's the difference between this phenomenological and the interpretative study. All right. Okay, this slide is talking about further about phenomenological. It said, let's take it from the last slide. It said, phenomenology is a form of qualitative research that focuses on study of an individual life experience within the world. For example, the experience of being participant in a spinal stabilization exercise program. So it's only those people that will be involved, not people here and there. And when they give you this experience, it enables you to have a good and deeper insight into the effects or the impact of the phenomenon that you are studying. We have yet another design called grounded theory design. In grounded theory design, also you still depend on people that have the experience of the phenomenon, but the sole purpose of grounded theory is to change things, is to discover new theory. For example, we think and we believe that the reason why exercise, one of the reasons why exercise therapy work based on theoretical construct is to put in theory of specific adaptation to impose demand, isn't it? And that's a very well accepted theory worldwide. That when you make a muscle to work against resistance, the muscle gets challenged, the strength increases, endurance will increase. That's specific adaptation to individual demand. If we are tired of that theory and we want to generate a new theory that make exercise therapy to work, we can interview exercise therapists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, all the people that used that method of intervention, and ask them to explain to us the reason or their perception of why exercise therapy work, because we are interested in generating new theories about that phenomenon. That's what grounded theory is focused on. Then, of course, we have case studies. In case study, is a descriptive analysis of an individual unit. One person have suffered low back pain before, and we call that person in to give us his experience from top to the bottom. Or this person has had sexual molestation before, we call him or her to give us his experience from the start to the end, and we analyze his experience and we publish it. What we have done is a case studies in qualitative study. You know, we also do case study in quantitative study. If you do case study in quantitative study, you pick only one case. Either that case is very strange, it's not very common, or the equipment we use to treat the patient is a new one. So we've gotten results, just that single case, we write it out, we published it, or maybe 2 or 3 cases, we published it. The same thing is the case study in qualitative study. We study an individual unit of a phenomenon from a person. For example, we could carry out a study to examine the concern of students about MCQ and true and false questions as teachers. So we call 2 or 3 or 10 students and they give us their opinion, we analyze it and we publish it. That's case study. Only an individual unit of a phenomenon is studied. Then we have ethnographic study. Ethnographic study is a form of conservation method where researchers completely have to immerse himself or herself in the culture and the life of those people in order to study them. For example, if you want to study the impact of low back pain on the health of rice farmer in maybe in my local government, you as a researcher will have to go to that local government and live there, go to the farm when they go and look at the way they bend, look at the way they do their work, look at their culture, look at the way they do things at home, and make your conclusion from that as centering on the impact of rice farming on low back pain. So the researcher will completely have to absorb himself in the culture and the way of life of the people in order to study them and come up with a study. That is ethnographic study in a nutshell. It focuses less on the method of data collection and more on the use of a social cultural factor, the beliefs, the tradition, the practices, the behavior of a group of individuals. That's what it studied. And then the researcher is also there
Sorry for
to
interrupting
study
you, sir.
and
Your screen is not sharing, sir. Your screen.
sorry guys, I got cut off, so I have to take myself off and rejoin the game. I will try and go straight to the last 2 slides before the stoppage. Just a minute, sir. Okay, so we're talking about, let me just quickly run through it again. We're talking about different design in qualitative design. We've talked about basic interpretative, whereby you get that information from people and the researcher will make an opinion of it. The people could be those that have experience or those who do not have experience of what you're talking about, but they have observations and they are ready to talk about it. In phenomenological, you are only talking about people. In phenomenological study, you are only talking about people who have really experienced what you want to study. Those are the ones that will be involved. and the researcher will completely forget everything he knows about that thing. It will solely depend on the experience of those, on the report of those people who have experienced that phenomenon. When you are doing a phenomenological study on the experience of patients on low back pain, you will forget everything you learned about. You will not take into consideration what you have learned about what exercise can do in school, but you solely rely on the information that the patient will give you. That's phenomenological because you believe they have had the experience of that treatment. Then I also talk about grounded theory. Grounded theory is carried out with the purpose of generating a new theory, a new perception that is completely different from the existing perception about a phenomenon. Then I went on to talk about case study, that is studying an individual unit of a phenomenon. We talked about that. Then I was on ethnography before I noticed that I was no longer with you. In ethnographic qualitative study, the researcher is interested in being part of the socio-cultural belief and tradition of the people. That's what the researcher study to interpret a phenomenon. If you want to do a qualitative study that's of ethnographic background on the relationship or the impact of rice farming on low back pain, the researcher will have to go to that locality where they farm the rice. He will study their culture, their belief, their tradition, go to the farm with them, see how they work. And from this all observation, he writes his report. That is ethnographic study. The researcher is interested in the belief, the tradition, the practices, the behavior of a group of individuals in making interpretation of the data that he gathered. All right? That's ethnographic study. Then we have narrative study. Narrative study is just the use of story. All right? Somebody tells story, you listen to the story and you make meaning of it. That's a narrative study research. It is mostly used as psychological, biographical, and discourse analysis type of research. Then we have critical qualitative research. This form of qualitative research is characterized with the intention to reveal and critique something that is going on in the society. All right, you know, the main purpose of grounded theory is to generate new theory, new idea. The main purpose of critical qualitative research is to critique an existing phenomenon. A qualitative study is carried out either in form of interview or observation, but the sole purpose is to critique an existing social orders or cultural norms. Then it could be termed as a critical qualitative research. Then we have lastly, I think, no, it's not lastly, postmodern research. This one involves questioning certainty and assumptions in the world, including the nature of the truth. You know, something is already established as the truth. Science have already established that when you do exercise, you get well. Then you now do a qualitative research that is questioning whether too much of exercise can even have a deleterious effect on health. We already know that exercise will lead to improvement in health, but a postmodern research is carried out on the truths that we have known in order to come up with some facts that we don't know yet. That is postmodern research. All right. What are the processes involved in doing qualitative research? Right. We didn't talk about sampling techniques in quantitative research because I think it will take time, but we need to talk about it briefly here. In qualitative research, the types of sampling technique we use here in qualitative research mostly could be convenience, snowballing, or quarter sampling. When do we use convenience sampling? I want to do a quantitative research on low back pain and exercise. I will only look for patients with low back pain that are interested in participating in my study. That is convenient sampling. Or I can use a snowballing sampling whereby I got one patient with low back pain that is interested. He gave me his view via interview, and I asked him to help me to find another patient like him and direct them to me. So he directed them to me. When the second one come, I asked him to find another one for me. So I keep using each participant as a point of contact for another participant. That is snowballing. Or it could be quota sampling. In quota sampling, I have a large pool of participants that can be involved, which I cannot interview all of them. I just arbitrarily subject them, divide them into quota. I say, okay, I'm going southwest and southeast. And in southwest, I'm just going to Lagos to collect my data. In southeast, I'll just go to Enugu and collect my data. How did I come to choosing Lagos out of southwest? It's not important. It is the quota are created on non-randomization basis. And the site and the people do not have equal opportunity of participating in the study. These are the common sampling technique used in qualitative study. And the method of generating data, if you remember, in quantitative, we say we generate data either by testing or by questionnaire. In qualitative study, we generate data by using interview, focus group. Before, focus group used to be counted as part of interview, but now they said it should be separated as a separate entity. So we have interview, which should be face-to-face interview or interview via Google or internet. Then we have focus group interview, where a group of participants will gather together. They will meet with the moderator and they will be interviewed at the same time. 6 to 10 participants at the same time will be answering the same question, one after the other. That's focus group. No longer focus group interview. Before, it used to be called focus group interview. Now, document analysis could be another method of generating data in qualitative study. You can gather books. You read the books and the story of the phenomenon, and you make your conclusion. So you have analyzed the documents. Or observation, like we have in ethnographic study. The researcher can go to an area, can go into the bush, study the behavior of animals, and write documentary on the animals' reproduction. You never talk to them. You just observe them from one time to one time. You see how they behave, and then you are able to make your conclusion for scientific consumptions. That's unstructured observation. All right. Now, this is talking about different types of interviews. Like I said, interviews can be face-to-face interview. It can be telephone interview. There can be email interview. There can be ethnographic interview, an informal interview that takes place in naturalistic. You still remember ethnographic design in a naturalistic setting where the phenomenon you are observing exists. One-to-one interview and group interview. Okay. Interview could also be said to be structured, unstructured, or semi-structured. When interview are structured, it implies that all the questions you ask participant A is what you are going to ask participant B. No deviation, no addition, no subtraction. That's a structured interview. In unstructured interview, you could ask the same question and still help participant B with a prompt. Maybe participant B is not getting what you are talking about. You can give him a little prompt that will lead him to be able to know. Or maybe he's going out of your discussion. You can give him a prompt to bring him back. That is an unstructured interview. Then a semi-structured interview will be the one that have a little bit of both structured and unstructured characteristics. So interview in qualitative study can be said to be structured, unstructured, or semi-structured. Before doing the interview, like we said in the conceptual phase of quantitative study, the objective of the interview must be well documented. The method you are going to use, whether you are using phenomenological study, interpretive study, ethnographic study. You must know that where you are going to cover do the interview must be clearly defined. Information, your participant gender, age, and their condition must also be well documented. The schedule of interview. When you are scheduling the interview, you must be able to identify who is going to do the interview. Either you as a researcher or you are employing somebody to do the interview for you. You must have a set of what we call interview guide. The interview guide would have listed the question down, whether in a structured, unstructured, or semi-structured format. And before you go ahead, your participant will need to sign consent form. After they've signed consent form, they are seated. You will have to tell them the purpose of the research, ensure them of their anonymity and confidentiality. Then you start the interview. While the interview is going on, just like I said earlier on, based on whether it is structured, unstructured, or semi-structured, you can ask the same question, nothing added, nothing removed, to all the participants. Or you can ask questions, you prompt, and you redirect participants as the case may be. All right? The instruments or tools that will be needed for the interview in qualitative study will be a very quiet location where the participants will be very relaxed and be very willing to talk. Quiet, devoid of noises, is well illuminated, and is well aerated, where participants will not be constrained by adverse weather conditions or adverse noises coming from the environment. Interview can always be recorded. In the olden days, we talk about Walkman, but now you can even use your mobile phone. It was then that we talk about tape recorder radio or Walkman. They can still be used. You can even use your mobile phone to record the interviews. Right. While the interview is going on, there should be the researcher or research assistant that will also be making notes of how the interview proceeds. Oh, interview starts 9:15. At about 10:15, somebody said he wants to go for a break. At 10:20, there was this, there was that. So there must be a board marker that will go with plain paper and pencil and other stationary items that will take step-by-step account of what happened during the interview. All right, I've talked about interview guide. The moderator of the interview must equip himself with the guideline for asking the question, knowing when to stop, knowing what we call saturation points. When you ask a participant a question and he talks for 1 minute and he goes into 2 minutes, and in the third minute, he starts talking about what he has said in the first minute again, it's because he has nothing to say. So he has reached saturation points. So you can use a nice prompt to move him to the next step or jump to the next person. Then at the end of the interview, refreshments, whether refreshments will be served, you need to decide on that. Whether there will be other form of incentives, like you pick the patient from their home and you return them, or whether you have a special gift for them, all those will have to be settled. Then at the end of the day, all those things that are on your tape recorder or your phone will have to be transcribed. Transcribe is changing the audio into a written message. And this, in the olden days, we used to transcribe verbatim. I remember in my PhD work, I listened to the tape for almost 20 times, trying to write and correct, trying to listen to it, write and correct, listen to it, write and correct. But there are already machines now, there are softwares that can help you to transcribe your interview. So transcription is changing it from audio into text word. That is needed just before you carry out the analysis. We're going to talk about the analysis now. All right? The basic steps involved in the analysis are listed on this slide as 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 1 is getting to know your data first. You need to know your data. Getting to know your data analyzing your data. Please give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Who is there? Come and carry this boy now. Eh? Come and carry this boy. I'm coming. Come and carry. Okay, sorry about the stop. So the basic step involved in the analysis is written under this four headings. Number one is getting to know your data, analyzing your data, interpreting your data, and like we said in quantitative analysis, you have to disseminate your findings. That's the last step of doing research. What do you do in getting to know your data? Your data is what the people said that you have in the tape recorder that you have written down in transcription. You have to read it until you are very sure you understand everything they have said. So you read it over and over and over and over and over again. That's the first thing. Like 3-4 times you read that transcript. Then you now go to analyzing your data. How do you analyze your data? It is the researcher that will now make sense out of what the people have been saying. Let's say I have patient A. Let's say I'm asking about their experience of doing my exercise, their experience of doing McKenzie exercise on low back pain. That's the interview question. Oh, how do you have participated in McKenzie before? Yes. Can you tell us about your experience of doing McKenzie exercise? And one of the participants said, oh, I'm glad you asked this question. When I couldn't sleep before, but after my McKenzie exercise, I now begin to sleep better. Another person said, oh, that's good. Before I can only walk few steps, but after McKenzie exercise, now I can walk long distance. Or then the third person said, oh, thank you, said this. Before I take pain medication morning, afternoon, and night, but after this exercise, I hardly take any pain medication. They are all talking about one thing, which is the benefits of McKenzie exercise, but they have said it in different forms. One has reported that exercise increasing functional mobility. One said it reduces medication consumption. The third one said it has increased sleep quality. So you will be reading what they are saying, but you need to be experienced to make sense out of what they are saying. What they are saying in qualitative research is called quotes. We don't touch it. The researcher will not touch their quote. You will not add to it. You will not remove from it. But what the researcher will do is to write the categories out. Like the example I've just told you, I can say category. I can say one, increased sleep quality. Number two, increased functional mobility. That's what I've taught from what they said. Number three, reduction in pain medication. All these three things are talking about one thing. And that one thing is what? Benefits of exercise. So that benefit of exercise is a theme. That's what we call theme in qualitative research. The quotes that go with that theme are number one, reduction in pain medication, increase functional mobility, improve sleep quality. Three quotes pointing to one theme. And the quotes, three categories. Three categories. The quote of the participant, you don't touch. That's what the participant said. You just write it the way they have said it. Now, I have made categories out of their quotes. What are the categories? One said there's reduction in pain medication. One say improve sleep quality. One say increase functional mobility. I've made three categories. But these three categories are pointing to one thing, which is what? Benefit of exercise. I will call that one thing theme. So there's one theme, benefits. The participant has come up with one theme, which is benefit of exercise, with three categories and several quotes. This form of analysis is the most popular way of analyzing qualitative data, and it is called thematic content analysis. You generate a theme from categories of quotes. So that is how the data is analyzed. But a lot of things has to go into that before we get into that area. You remember I said you have to read the transcript many times. As you are reading, you are thinking. As you are coming about something that look like benefits, you can see that where that person said, I sleep better than before, you can decide to quote that with pink. When you see another person that says, I take less medication, you quote that with pink as well because they are both talking about benefits. Where you see another thing that is relating to barrier in exercise, you can quote that with blue. Where you see another participant talking in a different way about something that look like barrier to exercise, you can color that with blue ink again. Why? Because both of them are talking about barrier. So as you are reading and you are reading it in the transcript, you are coding all the informations. You are coding all the informations that the participants are giving you. So at the end of the coding, you will now sit down either with your supervisor, with another researcher, and you will now look at the code, arrange the code into categories, and come up with a theme. Of course, there will be area of disagreement. Usually it takes two people to do the coding and the categories, and they will have to meet at a point and see area of disagreement. If there's no area of disagreement, then the teams will be merged and it will go forth. Where there are areas of disagreement, they will have to take it to the top person, which supposedly will be a more experienced person, like the supervisor, that will be able to resolve the area of disagreement that they have. For example, look at this table on perceived benefits of exercise. After reading the transcript and the coding and the coloring, look at what the participant said. This participant said, I noticed reduction in my back pain after 4 weeks. This is the quote. We are not supposed to touch it. What you see here as AA1 is describing the participant and the interview. Can you see where I put this code here? ABC, letter to the interview group, whether it is interview group A, B, or C. The capital ABC is letter to describe the participant. And 1, 2, 3 refer to the number assigned to different questions. Now, so this AA1 is saying that this is my first interview that I conducted, and participant that was given letter A is the one speaking and is answering question number 1. That's why you have that AA1. And this is the code that I don't have to change. What sense do I make of what he said? Pain reduction. That's what we call categories. Look at this one said, my health has improved tremendously as a result of treatment that I've received. A, that means it's in my first interview. D is the letter I used to represent that participant. 1 here implying that he's answering my first question. What sense do I make of what he has said? Improved health status. And the same way is the way I've treated this. All these three are talking about one thing, which is perceived benefit of. So you might think it's easy. It's not that easy. And you might think it's hard. It's not that hard. If you are fond of doing it, it becomes easy for you to analyze. Basically, it usually takes what? 2 to 3 people to analyze. You can't do it all alone in order to remove bias. But there are other ways of ensuring that bias does not creep into qualitative research, which we are still going to look at. All right. So this slide said is the step 3 and 4. You have to interpret your finding and prepare your report. So on getting your completed analysis, the researcher needs to explain his findings using the theme, the categories, and the codes, just like I have explained. Now, how do we make sure, like we talked about in qualitative research, that our findings are free of bias? There are about 4 different methods that we can use in qualitative research. One of them is called member checking. The other one is called triangulation. Third one, self-reflection. Fourth one, series of other methods. Member checking, I think, is the most popular method. After, after I interview the participant, they've gone their own way. They've gone to their business, they've gone to their home. And me, I've now written out the transcript. I've organized it into codes, categories, and teams. I will now send a copy of my writing to some of my participants or all of them if they are not much. Qualitative research does not usually involve large participants, 380, 480 like you have in quantitative. Usually involve 10, 20. You can have 10 people in 3 interviews. That's 30. But in each interview, you usually have like 6 to 10. That's enough. So you can now send what you have written to those participants and ask them to cross-check and look at what you have written, whether it's agreed with what happened during the interview. And you now ask them if they have something they want to add or removed. They should comment and get back to you. They will do that and get back to you, and you will take into consideration their suggestion for correction as you go along. That method of validation is called member checking. Do you understand? Another method of validation you can use in quantitative studies is what's called triangulation. I know triangulation is talking about 3 things, isn't it? Triangle. You can decide to use 3 different designs to study one phenomenon. We've talked about different design of qualitative study. You can use 3 different designs and see whether the findings that come out from the 3 different designs is still saying the same thing. If the findings are still saying the same thing, that means your conclusion or your finding is very valid. The third method to me is more like a weak method. It is called self-reflection, whereby the researcher has had the experience of what is researching. For example, a sickle cell anemic student investigating the impact of exercise on patients with sickle cell anemia. You know, himself or herself is having sickle cell anemia. So whatever he has generated, he can validate it when he's writing by saying that, yes, this is a true experience of what patient with sickle cell anemia has from my own personal experience of life. It is allowed in qualitative study. The researcher can use his own self-reflection as a means of validating the data. And as well, there are other methods of ensuring validity, which include rich strict description, external auditing, authenticity, which you can check out if you want to do a qualitative study. But by and large, the most popular method is the member checking. So, colleagues, this is where I am going to draw my own curtain. It's a basic step of what we do in qualitative research, in quantitative research, together with research design. I am very sure that my distinguished professor that is coming after me will be able to add more information to the pool of your knowledge. So let's keep it simple like this. Read through the notes again. If you have any question, you can ask me now, or you can reach me through my DM later and ask me. So this is where I'm going to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful. So at this point, if we have questions, you can raise your virtual hand up, or you drop your questions, comments, contributions in the chat box so we can read it out.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful lecture.
Excuse me, please. Aminu Suleiman Your hand is raised up. Kindly unmute and ask your question.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I have one question, sir. With respect to this research of a thing, the last stage is dissemination of the research, as you mentioned. So, if research is carried out, definitely if I come across a paper or a journal or an article, I was not around when the research was carried out. So how sure am I that yes, really this research has been really carried out? I don't know if my question is clear.
Okay, Malam Aminu. Thank you very much. If I get you very well, it's like you come across a paper on research because we said that's the last stage of doing research, and you want to read it. Are you really sure that the research has been done or they just published a paper? Well, the truth of the matter is you need to look at that journal. Research publications that are taken seriously come from peer-reviewed journal. Before any research article is published at all, it should have been subjected to what we call peer review. The author of that research would have sent the paper to the journal. The journal would have done a rigorous work in make sure that they vetoed that aspect of what you're saying. And if the reviewer have suspected anything like the research was not done or properly done, the paper should not even reach publication stage at all. Talk less of getting the paper into the public domain where people like you and I can see it to read. And that is why, again, the type of journal where the research comes for is very important, because there are some, what do they call them, predator journals these days. And these predator journals are looking for nothing else apart from money. People could write something up and send it to them, and they will demand a certain amount of money. And once the money is paid for publication, they get it out. But most institutional journals like MRTB, NSP, Journal of Professional Bodies, or some standard journal abroad normally do a thorough peer reviewed to make sure that what is coming out is a reflection of what has been done. I hope this answers your question, Malam Gomer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sorry again. Sorry, in addition to this, sir, can I go ahead?
Yes, go on.
Yes, as we mentioned that the journal must have the article must have undergo peer review or something like that. Then what brings about critical appraisal of individuals that we do later before applying the research outcome?
Okay, that's also a very nice question, Malam. You see, there are different level of evidences and quality of research outputs here and there. You can do a study on low back pain, and you do like what we said today. You do a qualitative study, and you do a non-experimental quantitative study. And I do a study on the same topic. I carry out a study on the same topic. I did experimental. And it comes to a point that you have to decide to use the intervention that was mentioned. You need to do a critical appraisal between my own method or your own method and see which one has the higher level of quality. And in terms of ranking of quality, experimental is better than non-experimental. Quantitative is better than qualitative. Another reason why critical appraisal is needed is this, Malam. Even though we said the articles would have been subjected to peer review, nothing is 100% perfect in this world. Nothing is 100% perfect in this world. Even the peer reviewer that are doing the peer review will still allow some articles to be published if the level of what we consider as inappropriate does not skew the result. But maybe there are one or two omissions in the methodology that might not necessarily affect the output of the result. They will still allow it to be out. So when the report now gets to the hand of the final user, he will have to do a critical appraisal and say that, but in this situation, this person used 15 participants participated in this study. Why should I take this outcome and leave the other study where 250 people participated? That is the critical appraiser. Or why should I use this instrument that this person used that cannot be found in this environment? Why should I rely on the output coming from this study where tunnel bat is used and tunnel bat is facing out in use as a form of infrared? So the fact that the paper has been peer reviewed does not stop us from critical appraiser in order to further delineate the quality of the study and so that we can pick the best out of them, or the feasibility of applying the findings of that study to our situation where we want to apply it. Critical appraisal will still be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Finally, please. Finally, sir.
Yes,
Hello,
go on.
sir. Last question is with respect to the conditions you mentioned for an experimental design or research to be called experimental, which is randomization, manipulation, and control.
Yes.
Must all these three conditions be fulfilled, or
No.
can it be or two? Because based on the explanation of the subtypes, it's like some are not having all the conditions.
No, Malam, if you listen to me very well when I was doing the lecture, I said at least for any condition, for any study to be experimental, it must have at least one of those conditions. Not necessarily the whole three. Not necessarily the whole three.
Thank you very much, sir. I now get it.
You're welcome. Thank you for your interest, Malam Sulaiman.
Osareti Osade, do you have a question? It's like your mic is unmuted.
It's okay, ma. I have a meeting by 12:30. If other people still have questions, they should be free to relate with.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. At this point, I would have to go on a break to return at 1 p.m. for the second facilitator, Professor's lecture. So thank you so much, Professor Shokunbi. We are really indeed very grateful for your time and the knowledge impacted today. So everybody, you can kindly go on a break now, a short break of 40 minutes to come. Also, we are now on break to return by 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Eh? Chinwe Abude, please kindly mute yourself and turn off your video. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 1 o'clock now, and our facilitator, Professor Sami Beneme, is here with us to take his own aspect of the designing and implementing research workshop. Please kindly inform your colleagues and friends that the workshop has started and there is no African time. As you can see, slide is already on the screen presented. Please kindly inform them to join in on time to be able to get the best from the lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tulupe, for the introduction of this section. And I welcome all the attendees to this workshop, to this segment. My colleague, Professor Shokunbi, has dealt extensively with our overall theme and specific topics within the theme of the workshop. We're looking at designing a research from beginning to the end, and of course, its implementation. I will be presenting some aspects that are a little bit more operational than theoretical. And because I know most of us on the platform are students, don't mistake me or what I'm saying to mean that you are students in the sense that you are still undergraduates or something. No, I mean that at different levels of development, academically, master's, PhD, even though you are all very well established practitioners. However, that inclination is there, that diversity is also recognized. So I try to tailor some of these things to what we speak practically to issues you may encounter as a master's degree or PhD student or even undergraduate student who wants to develop, design, and implement a study. So I will be touching base occasionally with what my colleague has already done and re-emphasizing them, and then also leading you into new arena and territory. So you are welcome to this segment. I want to start by looking at the phase one. Our phase one, we're going to just look at research foundation and then some aspects of literature review and referencing, research designs, methodology, and data management, as you will apply them in a thesis or in a project dissertation, proposal drafting, oral presentation skills, proposal defense, seminars, what to expect and how to navigate. In block one, basically I'll be looking at research foundations, which you already know, but I just want to recapitulate them. Of course, when you design a study, you come up with, first of all, a proposal. A proposal has a structure, and that structure leads from the beginning to the end. It runs like a thread through every other thing. Every other thing you have in that structure is tied to the title. It starts with title formulation to researchable problems that you have identified. And every other thing is built around these two. And why do we really need a research proposal? It is very important. When we start a research, we must have to justify the necessity for it. Make an argument that is quite convincing to the reader, to the examiner, and of course, to anybody who may want to consume your study. You must have to justify the need for that study. And you must also have to justify the need to study that problem that you have identified, and then convince your supervisors, convince readers, and committees on the value of it and its feasibility. And if you're not able to do that, then obviously it's not going to fly. And definitely, just like an architect, we normally proceed to build by first of all drawing an architectural diagram. So also it is with a research proposal. It's like a roadmap. For an architect, a design, a diagram, shows. But can you check if there is somebody or people who want to come in, because there's this noise buzzing at the background? It seems that people are outside. I don't know, but it distracts me in a sense. Can you hear me, Tolupe?
Yes, sir. We are with you, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, are there people outside who are using? Can you admit them?
They are admitted automatically, sir.
Okay, that's fine. So just like an architectural drawing will naturally, signpost the architect and other members of the building team what they need to do at each point in time. So also the proposal is like a roadmap. So it gives you an insight, of the detailed plan and the persuasive story behind that plan and the things you need to do, outlining what the study is all about, why it matters, and of course, how you will do it in a very effective manner. So it is your very first commitment to establishing an idea, translating it from the realm of ideas to practicality in addressing identified problems. So in a sense, for an academic community, it signifies that your research is rigorous and you have really thought about it. It's not haphazard. And of course, you have invested in it enormously to warrant, to identify the need for it and to warrant investing resources into it. And therefore, it shows relevancy and, of course, readiness to contribute meaningfully in creating new knowledge to solve a problem that is needed in that context, or a problem that is identified in that context. But a proposal normally has very important components. Of course, I did mention that it has a title, and of course, the title must be clear, must be concise, and reflective of what your research is focused on addressing. The very first part of a research proposal is the introduction. Under that introduction, you have so many other subsections. One of those subsections is background of the study. The background of the study is just a subsection of introduction. And then, of course, you have, from background of the study, you go to the statement of problem or problem statement, and from there, you go, it leads you to research questions, because once you state the problem, you have to now raise research questions, which when answered, will solve that problem. And then in order to operationalize the sequential and organized and systematic nature of your inquiry, you now itemize also the specific objectives that direct you to one aim. Of course, the one overarching aim, there must be only one aim, not many aims. Only one aim, and then several specific objectives that now directs you and organizes the steps you take towards solving the problems you have identified. So, of course, after you have done with that, you deal with hypothesis, and from research hypothesis. Please remember what I have just said. Research hypothesis. I didn't say null hypothesis. I didn't say statistical hypothesis. I said research hypothesis. That is what you have in your introduction section. Many of you confuse this, and I take advantage of every time I conduct a workshop to clarify this, so that we don't do the things that we keep doing sometimes in Nigeria, that to me will arise from root content, what our forefathers did and what they were told, this is how it is done. We don't do that. Please, can everybody be muted, please? Everybody, please, can you mute? Is it possible, everybody? Yeah. So now, so you have to be careful with research hypothesis. It's different from statistical and null hypothesis. And many of you in your various schools do make that mistake. And this is not tolerated, actually, globally. I see that a lot in Nigerian schools, but we are trying to correct it. It is not right. What you have there is research hypothesis, not just hypothesis, but research hypothesis. It is a conceptual map that predicts the outcome of the study based on what is already existent in the literature. So most times you come to research hypothesis, you see there will not be any change. If there will not be any change, that is to say what you expect at the end of your study based on what the literature has demonstrated categorically is that there won't be any change. Then why are you doing the study? That nullifies it. The moment you present null hypothesis as a conceptual map, It means that the map you have drawn will lead you to nowhere. It's a conceptual map that tells us the direction we will follow to navigate and where it will end. If you want to go to Lokoja, you need a map. You follow the map, and the map will lead you to Lokoja from Lagos to Lokoja. But if you now draw a map and say, I do not know where I am going to, but I want to get there, but I do not know where I'm going to, then how would you get there? Or you say, I'm going to Lokoja, but I don't know the road to follow. In fact, there is no road there. So who told you? Whereas there are many people who have gone that route and who have put down the places you had, landmarks you could follow. And after you are not expected to even start the research or even the travel to Lokoja without asking people, how do I get to Lokoja? And they will tell you, that Bolaji went there last week. He followed this route. You first of all get to Auchi. From Auchi, you get to Aginebode. From there, you connect to this. And then from there, you get to Lokogi. You see, that is a map with landmarks based on people who have traversed the terrain. But when you now draw a map that leads to nowhere and say, I want to get to Lokoja, but there is no way to get there. I don't even know how to get there, but I'm already thinking of getting there. From beginning, nobody takes you serious. Nobody can buy fuel for you because you can't quantify how much fuel it will take, how many hours it will take, and so it's not feasible. It makes no sense. So the moment you come to in your introduction and you introduce null hypothesis as a conceptual map, as a prediction, because it's an intelligent guess of what you intend to see at the end of your study. From there, any reviewer or any examiner will take on you and he loses interest, and anything you do thereafter is nonsensical, really. Many people have had their papers rejected, either by funders. When you make that very important and fundamental mistake, so please remember that it's a conceptual map, research hypothesis, and it is different from null hypothesis. Null hypothesis can only be found in the results section or chapter 4, but research hypothesis in chapter 1 under introduction, and it comes after objective of study. And then after the research hypothesis, you now come to the significance of study, and from significance of study to operational definitions. Not definition of terms, but operational, how some terms are operationalized, how some concepts are operationalized, how some constructs are operationalized, depending on the nature of your study. There is a difference between concept and construct. They are not the same thing. Concept speaks to measurable variables that vary within the population and defines a specific phenomenon of interest. So, but when you're dealing with constructs, you're dealing with those variables that are not directly measurable. So when you talk about concept, you talk about things like weight, talk about things like temperature. You can measure temperature with a thermometer, and it has unit of measurement either in Celsius or in Fahrenheit. You can measure weight in kg. You can measure height in meters using a stadiometer. You can measure muscle strength using your dynamometers and so on. And it has units of measurement, I think kg per newtons or something like that. So there are a lot of units of measurement of different concepts. But when it comes to construct like motivation, moral support, social support, perception, these are constructs, okay? Feeling of relief or feeling of pain. These are all constructs. They are not directly measurable. And therefore, you must have to know that when you are dealing with constructs, there are things you expect. When you're dealing with concepts, there are things you expect. But you need to operationalize them, especially constructs in the concept of a given circumstance and context. You can operationalize your construct. You can also decide to operationalize your concept if you're measuring it indirectly using other landmarks. But then that is what comes thereafter. So, but you see, by the time you finish with that, you now come to methodology, and of course the expected outcomes of your study. That is when you are trying to develop a proposal. Just like what you have seen now, What is the essence of doing a literature search after your introduction? The essence is just to summarize the existing knowledge and then identify gaps in knowledge that gives us the serves as orientation for your own current study. But the research questions that you also elicit, once you have identified the gaps, we warrant that you specifically mention what the problem is and the questions that will now arise from that. We point to whether their approach is specific, and whether you organize your questions in such a manner that are researchable and issues that are clearly identified. But methodology simply tells us how you will design and conduct your research. So in order to have credibility, validity, reliability, and controlling for confounders that may arise in the course of your study. Well, what you expect to see is important, because that will show that you already know what the literature has discovered, and you want to also point to what you may know, what you may expect, or how your own may either build on it, add to it, or divert from it. Now, when you are crafting a very strong proposal title, having said all I have said now, let's take them a little bit one by one. Most of us have challenges when we try to start a research proposal, and we have these challenges concerning the proposal title. Some of our proposal titles have problems. Your title in the first instance must create the first impression that you know what you want to do and where you're going to. It must be specific. It has all the information that is required in order to give insight to what you want to do, and it must be reflective of your core research problem. So if you don't identify the core research problem, you can't even go to title. So the title must be reflective of the core research problem that you have identified. It's never vague. It's never too broad. It has to be focused and specific, and it looks at the problem and captures the problem squarely. So if you don't have the problem, if you have not identified the problem, you will find it difficult to articulate a good title. So for instance, if you say maybe climate change, you may, instead of writing climate change, for instance, you may say impact of climate change on indigenous land rights in Australia, or indigenous land rights in Africa. Now, it is specific, grounded, and compelling. And if instead of coming to say the title of my work is climate change makes no sense. The title of my work is physiotherapy in stroke rehabilitation. It is too broad. It is too broad. You need to narrow down, So you can't just do physiotherapy in stroke rehabilitation as a study. You won't finish in the next 1 century, So these are things you need to think about, because what is the problem? You see? So what is the problem of physiotherapy in rehabilitation? So what is the problem that you want to conduct a study about physiotherapy and rehabilitation? If you don't have a problem, you can't design a title. And that's why a title will be very broad. So identify the problem first, then the title will be crafted around that problem. That is the secret of it. So I'm trying to let you know the secret of developing a title. So you don't just come and develop a title without first of all identifying the problem. It means that you will have read the literature, identified the gaps in knowledge that now warrant your intervention. It is those gaps in knowledge that constitute the problem that your study is designed to address, and your title can be crafted around it. Now, so that brings us from title to the second part, which is understanding researchable problems. If you look at it, a very broad area of interest is, what the problem speaks to. Normally you could have a very broad area of interest, and then if you start to now bring a problem into a very broad area of interest, you may run into problem. But if you now begin to narrow it down, now it becomes more researchable. So if you have a very broad area of interest, it's not a problem that you can solve. Like I did mention, physiotherapy and rehabilitation, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't tell us what the problem is. So research problem must identify what is unclear, what is unresolved, or a missing gap or a missing link in the field of knowledge that warrants this, a given study. A problem arises when there is a gap in knowledge, or where there is a lack of knowledge, or where there is a missing link, or where there is an unsatisfactory state of affairs. Then a problem will arise in that context, and you can now formulate research questions that addresses this problem, derived from this problem. So when you now couch your objectives, is couch it around that. And so when you now do your study, they will solve that problem. Okay? So now it is important to make very clear distinctions that problems drive inquiry. Problems drive inquiry. So they guide your research questions, they guide your research objectives, they guide the methodology in a very focused direction. You see, so some of you may not have this understanding or this orientation before. You may think that once you just come to write a proposal, you just put down anything that comes to your mind. No, everything starts with the research problem. And that means everything starts with the known, moving from the known to the unknown. You will never be able to identify a research problem without first of all reading the literature, understanding and interrogating the literature in a scientific and systematic manner. And that will tell you what has been unresolved in the literature, or identify what needs to be done, or what is missing, or what is unclear, where some people agree and some people disagree on the effect of one particular intervention or the other. There could be disagreements even in the mechanistic approaches or in the mechanism of a given disease condition. The molecular basis of a given disease condition could serve as an orientation for a study when it is unclear. So you must first of all identify the problem, and then that problem is that you have identified, we now direct the research questions that is elicited to answer that, to solve that problem, and subsequently the objectives of the study and the methodology that you will apply in solving that problem. It makes everything more focused and more directional. So if, for instance, you have a topic, student engagement problem, you see that when you have a topic, student engagement problem is broad. Or if you say equals to lack of consensus on how cognitive and emotional engagement interact in blended learning environments. Now, that is a little bit more specific, because if you do the first one, student engagement problem, without first of all identifying the problem in need, what is the problem in student engagement problem? The lack of consensus on how cognitive and emotional engagement interact in blended learning environments. You are now trying to identify a problem, that there's lack of consensus. Some people say it is this way, some people say it is that way, and therefore it's not clear. You need to do something to see what you come up with and see if you can resolve that problem. And once you're able to articulate your own research thoughts properly and control the variables that are confounders to it, and make sure that everything that you have done aligns properly, looking at what others have done, where the gaps are in their study design, and you have designed your own to correct and address those gaps, either in design or shortcomings and so on. At the end, you may have a very robust study that becomes a reference point globally. So you see that when you now come up with a broad topic like student engagement problem, it makes no sense. But when you now go further to specify, based on what you have seen in the literature, there is lack of consensus on how cognitive, you're not being specific. You're not identifying the problem, you're not calling the name, cognitive and emotional engagement interact in blended learning environment. That is more specific, that is more focused. So there are different types of research problems. We have conceptual problems, we have applied problems, and we have practical problems. So when we are talking about conceptual problems, you're talking about gaps in theory or interpretation of that theory. If you're looking at the ambiguous definitions or conflicting frameworks that are applicable in a specific area, undergirded by known theories, either the ICF or health belief model or self-efficacy model or socio-ecological model. There are different models, there are different theories, so you need to know what happens in that context and where the gaps are. So if, for instance, you are looking at how that theory is interpreted, that there is a gap in the interpretation, or you are looking at how that theory is applied, and you don't think that it is the best way to do that. So you are dealing with a conceptual problem, and you have to identify that clearly. Now, there is applied problem. This arises when there is uncertainty about how a phenomenon of interest function within a real-world context and in a real-world setting. So you may have a phenomenon of interest, but you're not really sure how this functions in the real world. Conceptually, it looks great. But in the real world, are you sure? Because when you now begin to have this problem interact, when you now begin to have this, applied knowledge about a phenomena interact with the real world, it may have a different effect. I always mention this when I talk about attempts made in the past to solve diabetes mellitus and control it. One of the drugs that was prepared for it is Viagra. Viagra was originally designed to address diabetes. That is the essence of Viagra. The clinical trials of Viagra were for blood glucose control. However, when you produce a drug and you market it, if you have done clinical research, a course in clinical research or clinical trials, and understand the processes and procedures through which an investigational medicinal product goes through, especially through the clinical trial phases up to the marketing approval and then post-marketing era, where you still begin to document how that drug is used. You may have produced a drug for one thing, but the doctors will prescribe it with other drugs. And its interaction with other drugs may bolster the effect or may diminish it or may create a new impact that was never ever envisaged before. And that is why we keep data on the post-market approval data of a drug. It's very critical and important, even devices as well. And Viagra is one of them. Viagra was in clinical trial designed for resolving diabetes. But when they started applying it, they found out that Viagra has relevance and impact on libido, on reproductive health. It was a side effect. But eventually, they found out that it became more prescribed by doctors and more successful in solving erectile dysfunction and libido issues than it is being prescribed for glucose control. You see, that in trying to now solve the problem, the knowledge we have about glucose control and the drug Viagra was not really tested in the real world. It was more tested in the clinical controlled environment. But when it now became applied in the real world, when it now interacted with the environment and cultures, realities of people's everyday life, its effect swung from more of glucose control to addressing erectile dysfunction, addressing reproductive health issues. And therefore, that drug was therefore rebranded for that. If you go, you can go and read about the trajectory in development of Viagra. You will also understand what I'm saying. So this is a typical example of how you bring a knowledge to the real world, and that knowledge, when you apply it, it ends up solving a different problem from the one that you have designed it in your mind conceptually or in the laboratory to solve. So you may now therefore wish to do a study that tests the application of a new knowledge in the real world. So this is also a type of research problem. So you have applied research problem, you have conceptual research problem. Then there's practical research problem, where the unmet needs or deficiencies or inefficiencies in professional practice, that require evidence-based solution must be performed. So in this area, you classify that problem as a practical problem. So in essence, identifying your own problem type very early is helpful. Very helpful. It will enable you to, make sure that you focus your approach. You select appropriate methods, and then you frame your contribution in a manner that is very clear and straightforward. Now, when you want to formulate your research questions, there are things you need to know. You must make sure that you are very clear, unambiguous in your wording. Don't use words that are confusing. Narrow also the range of what you want to answer. It must be narrow enough to be answerable in terms of time constraint and resources required. It must be researchable. If it's not researchable, it's a problem. You need to make sure that it is something that can be investigated. You have the right tools, you have the right competencies, capacities, and all the resources that will enable you to execute it. So you break your main problem into specific and manageable questions that are very clear, that are very focused, that are genuinely researchable. You need to have very strong questions, and those strong questions will serve as the compass that direct your study. For instance, how does school environment influence effectiveness of anxiety interventions among adolescents? Now that directs you properly to what you need to do. So very good questions will shape your methodology. It will tell you the type of method you need to apply. By the time you look at the question, how does school environment influence the effectiveness of anxiety interventions among adolescents? Already you know the population. Of course, you know the intervention. You know the setting. You see, anxiety intervention is the intervention or the independent variable. And what is the dependent variable? The dependent variable is to see, minimization of anxiety, so to speak. So the outcome variable will be a change in the anxiety level. But anxiety intervention is the intervention that is required. You see, so from the question, you can see that there is independent variable, there is information about setting, there is information about the outcome variable, there is information about most of the things that you need. So a good question will direct your study and tell you the type of method you may need to use. So it drives the decisions you make about the research design, about the kind of data you need to collect, and of course, the analytical strategy that must be deployed. A proposal structure is established side by side with every other component of the proposal, from title to abstract to introduction to literature search to the questions. There is a link. Each subsection builds upon the first one. There is a coherent link. There is a coherent logic. There is a coherent thought flow that runs through all of them. It is not disjointed. It is not haphazard. The thought flow is coherent and must be organized and properly knitted. So there is a logical structure, and this will always make the reviewers, make the readers to know that your research is very thorough, it is planned, and has very sound academic footprints that undergird it. Normally, there are pitfalls that you need to avoid. The pitfall is this: the topic itself is not the problem. The topic or the, is not the problem. The topic is derived from the problem, but the topic is not the problem, but is derived from it. So choosing a broad topic without identifying a clear specific research problem is the most common early mistakes that we make. So most times we don't realize that we need to first of all identify the problem before we can coin a topic or a title. One of the mistakes we make is also developing very vague titles that are overly broad or generic in nature. Sometimes you may have a good study, but the title is not inviting. The title is generic. The title does not even reflect the rigorosity, does not reflect the new insight, the novelty in your work. It turns off the reader. It turns off the examiner. It turns off the sponsor. It turns off funders. So you must be able to capture the novelty. At the same time, make it specific, directional, and specific, so that everything is clear. So you don't make it very broad or very generic, because if you do so, it will fail to communicate your actual focus and then reduce the credibility of your proposal. So always make it punchy. Do not neglect the literature. When you coin your titles, you must show that you have read the literature, that you understand the existing body of knowledge. Because if you ignore existing literature, it means that the missing links that your study is designed to address is not going to, it's not properly captured. So you're not positioned to actually fulfill or provide or fill up that missing link. So it must be literature facing to show that you have done a study, that you have read something. If you tell me in your title, for instance, high blood pressure is not influenced by physical activity in middle-aged adults. High blood pressure is not influenced by physical activity in middle-aged adults. I'll be worried. I'll be worried. Or high blood pressure is not influenced by physical activity in hypertensive patients. I'll be concerned. It's not literature facing, because there's overwhelming literature that supports that high blood pressure is impactful. You see? So if you bring a title that is not literature facing, it puts off the funder, it turns off. But if you are now looking at efficacy of aerobic versus resistance exercise in modulating hypertension in older adults, it is literature facing, because now we're not arguing whether exercises can do it, but you're looking at two subtypes of exercises, comparing their strength and their efficacy. You see? So that is literature facing. So you must make sure that you don't neglect the literature when you are coining your title and when you are also of course, see why I say that it must come from problems you identify in the literature. So if you don't even identify a problem, you can't call it a title. One of the pitfalls also in developing your topic and developing your estimate of problem is weak rationale. So if you fail to explain why the research itself matters, why it matters now, it will definitely leave reviewers unconvinced of your study's urgency and their study value. And these are things you need to be mindful about. Now, your research journey needs to be very, very clear. You need to know exactly, you need to show where you are going and so on and so forth. So you need to define your problem precisely. You need to show the relevance of it and the feasibility of it. And all these are things I have already mentioned. Now, the next part of your proposal is review of literature and you are referencing. This is an important part where most of us don't do anything. In fact, if you look at the literature review in thesis, literature review in dissertation, or in projects, they are laughable. What you do mainly in Nigeria is copy and test, is plagiarism. Most people do that, but I'm happy that most schools are now using plagiarism checkers before they can accept projects or PhD thesis or master's dissertation. It will never stop until you understand what literature review is all about and how referencing and why referencing is important as you do so. Literature review must be systematic in order to remove bias. And that is something we don't even do at all. How do we even identify the literature in a relevant area of interest? How do we know what to read, which paper to read, which one not to read? And if you go online, you will see all sorts of journals. You will see Obiago Journal of Health Sciences is published online. You will see Mushi Journal of, Physiotherapy, this and that is published online. You will see Guarempa Journal of Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation. You will see there is published online. And they publish a whole lot of garbage. Some of them do not undergo rigorous peer review processes. And they are published, these are known as predatory journals. And so you first of all have to make sure that the journals you cite, the journals you include in your literature review, the articles are not from predatory journals. Predatory journals are easily identified as some of those that are not registered on DOAJ platform, Directory of Online Journals, something like that, DOAJ. You could use different databases that archive reputable journals that have fulfilled certain important requirements. And you could use databases like PubMed, like CINAHL, like EBSCO, like Cochrane, like Pedro. There are different databases that you must use. These days, native doctors, they publish online, they publish articles. And we capture these things. I'm not trying to undermine native doctors. There is knowledge in some of the traditional things we do. But when we talk about academic research, we do not rely on the orthodox method where dreams, visions, and so on. It doesn't mean that those are not real. They're also good, but we define our own as systematic approach of inquiry. So we don't rely on intuition. Whatever that is not measurable does not exist, because that is the concept, the basic concept of biomedicine. Okay? And so it is tied to quantification and measurement. And so you need to measure in order to quantify and therefore, substantially characterize the boundaries around the phenomena of interest. And that enables us to now investigate it objectively. And when we see a change in these dimensions, we're able to document it appropriately because ab initio we have characterized it, we have quantified it, we have measured it. But literature is actually overloaded with so many garbages that do not go through proper evaluation. And therefore, you have a responsibility to avoid that mess. And most of us also contribute to it. If you go through the CV of a lot of our colleagues in this country, you will see so many predatory journals. And let me tell you one thing. Overseas, the moment they pull your CV and they find in your publication predatory journals, they will never have anything to do with you in research because you will compromise their integrity. You show that you have a compromised integrity. So we need to clean it up. We need to clean it up. Many of my colleagues have lost opportunities to work with very established researchers in Europe and in America because they found predatory journals in their publication. I personally have seen predatory journals in the publication portfolio of very reputable physiotherapists in Nigeria. I don't know why they didn't do proper due diligence to it, but I'm just telling you, you shouldn't fall prey to that. Publication takes time, but you need to walk through it the proper way. And when it also comes to literature search, you must also go through it the proper way. You must search for publications that are found in, properly archived journals, not the predatory journals. And you will hardly find predatory journals in the databases that are properly established. Pedro, Cochrane, because before any journal is archived there, they will have met those minimum standards of peer review processes. The editorial boards are known, the qualifications are determined, their editorial policies and their editorial processes are rigorous, and they always, provide a robust literature that will guide you in your systematic inquiry in future. So, but the issue with us is that we do not do a proper literature search. What we do is we do copy and paste. First of all, you need to understand the concepts you are dealing with. And those concepts are the concepts you will search for. If you identify the concepts, you will now look at the conceptual framework. You look at the theoretical framework that undergirds these concepts or the phenomena of interest. You look at how the concepts are related in the framework of a theory. You use a theory as a lens through which you appreciate a given explanatory in nature. It is explanatory in nature when these concepts are properly defined in the literature. It is exploratory in nature when it is not. So you may want to explore, but you may be explanatory when it is properly defined and measured. Exploratory in nature when it is a little bit not directly or fully measurable. So we need to understand some of these issues. So now, in doing your literature search, you must understand what it is. A literature search itself is a rigorous and a structured method of identifying and synthesizing all relevant evidence on a defined research question. You must systematically identify and synthesize, that is the word, identify the literature, then synthesize evidence from all of this literature for any given defined research question. There must be transparency and there must be reproducibility. So if I am reading your thesis and it comes to how you were able to identify the gaps in knowledge that served as orientation for your study, I must see the steps you took in trying to identify this literature transparently. And if I also search the literature databases using the method you use, I will get the same result. So it must be reproducible. And most times it is not. So when I look at your own literature review, the very first page of your literature review should give me information about the transparency of your literature search, about its reproducibility. How did you search it? What did you search for? What were the theories that undergird the study, and what were the key concepts in those theories? Which defines the research, which are defined in the research question. These concepts are properly defined, the relationship are properly defined in the research question. And so I want to now search the literature. I need that information in order to search it in a systematic way and in a reproducible way, so that when somebody else uses that method, he will get the same result. So I do not have to just search in the traditional way where I search with bias. So in the narrative reviews, you will always search with bias. You may choose any literature you find. You may just pick up anything and search. But in structured, systematic literature review, you follow a very predefined protocol that reduces bias and increases comparability. So if you are doing a narrative literature review, you may now decide to pick up studies done by Kelly O'Brien, or studies done by Ibn Eme, or studies done by Akoshile, or studies done by Akimbo, or studies done by Adegoke, or studies done by, very reputable researchers in Nigeria. You can decide to look for their studies. And you are doing so by the virtue that you believe that their study will add more value to your inquiry than any other one. In that sense, the type of literature review you come up with is narrative in nature. It is biased, it's heavily laden, it's not scientific, it's not systematic, it is not unbiased. It has tendency for being looked at as a biased literature. It's not systematic, it's not reproducible, but it speaks to your own personal biases. Somebody else may look at another person and so on. It doesn't make it a bad literature review, but it has a narrow window of acceptability because it is laden with bias. Remember, systematic literature review is different from narrative review, because systematic literature review wants to look at the totality of the evidence without bias in the literature. Whereas narrative review may not look at totality of evidence, may look at a few that you feel should be of value to your inquiry. So it is not going to be reproducible and, of course, transparent. And this is something that we must realize. So making our literature review to be systematic requires that we identify the research gap. And when we identify the research gap, we look at the evidence-based decisions that will guide us to those gaps, to addressing those gaps. So you have to systematically, you have to synthesize existing body of knowledge, in order to give an insight about what remains, what has not been identified, what has been underexplored. You can only do that if you search the totality of evidence. And that is where systematic literature review comes in. And in that sense, you are guided. The grounds for your research is verified. The grounds for your research is unverified findings, and this strengthens, the entire exercise you are going to do. It strengthens the very fabrics, the grounds on which you do your study, and the conclusions that you draw from it. It shows that it's academic rigor. It shows that you have demonstrated methodological depth. It shows that you have elevated your research, to a very high level of credibility, and which will impact your work eventually, because what serves as evidence that directed your inquiry is systematic and totality overview of the literature, proper mapping of the literature without bias. I will come to this, subsequently, because you need to see what we do in Nigeria and why we need to change how we approach it. So if we define our question, we will now set the protocols that we follow and then document our search. Whenever you are trying to do a literature search, you have to start from your questions, which you have defined. Then you now set the protocol or the strategy, the search strategy, and the concepts that you explore in that protocol also emanate from the research question. the concepts that are contained in the research question. And then you now document the search itself. You will document that you identified 1,000 papers. You will document that you searched this database, that database, and the other one. And you identified 1,200 papers. And you searched them using this search strategy or these keywords. And at the end, when you have eliminated papers that are not related to your properly defined concepts, the final studies that you included in your literature review were 45. One maybe 20 from PubMed, 10 from Abisco, 15 from CINAHL. You have to state all of this, and you must know what databases archive what type of study. If you are doing an RCT, you're likely going to see a lot of RCT in Cochrane. Cochrane is not so big a database, but you are likely going to see, RCTs in Cochrane. And if you are doing a physiotherapy-related study, you're likely going to see a lot of that in Pedro, and so on and so forth. So you must know the type of studies that are archived in which databases, and you must be able to include those databases once you have framed their research question and identified their concept. Then you now know the specialization of each databases, and you include them. If you do not include databases that should give you papers in those areas, a reviewer may say no, an examiner may say no. Your systematic, your literature review is very critical and important. I examine PhD theses in Africa, especially in more developed parts of Africa, in South Africa precisely, and some parts of East Africa. And these are some of the things we look at. Systematic review of literature is a big deal at PhD and master's level. Very big deal. I don't even know, we don't pay too much attention in your methods without first of all focusing much on your literature, because that is what informs the method. It is from there you get the gaps. So we want to know, how did you arrive at it? But in Nigeria, what you have is copy and paste, and that limits us a lot. And this kind of workshop is important for us, and it will help us to know the necessity for that and how to go about it. So a well-planned search strategy is what you require. It is the foundation of a credible review. You have to develop a search strategy. It is what is the key. That is actually the major foundation of your study, the search strategy. You need to develop it first. How do you search Google? How do you search the Google Scholar? You just copy a sentence, you paste there, you begin to look, okay, I saw this, I like it. I saw this one, I like it. It doesn't work that way. That's not how literature review is done, but that's what we do now. What you are doing is called narrative review. Now, there are different databases. We have the Scopus, we have Abisco, we have, and so on and so forth. There are so many of them. But the point is this. If you are looking for a database that is multidisciplinary in nature, Scopus is one of them. It covers a whole lot of things in science, in social science, in arts, in humanities. Is excellent for cross-disciplinary research context. So if your topic is something that is cross-disciplinary, you can use Scopus. Even when you are doing an RCT, a study that wants to map evidence that speaks to causal evidence, that is cause and effect, you may still use Scopus because some of the intervention studies or RCTs are archived there. So you need to use, other type PubMed as well, because PubMed specializes, in biomedical and life sciences literature, just like I mentioned to you before. So they curate all this information, and the U.S. National Library, of Medicine plays a critical role in this. They own it, and it's ideal for health and clinical research. So if you are doing anything in health and clinical research, you go for PubMed. You could also go for Scopus. You use both, because some of these papers may be indexed or archived in PubMed, but not in Scopus. Some are archived in Scopus, but not in PubMed. And so if you do not search these two databases, you will miss out those that are indexed here. And therefore, the totality of evidence you need to look at in order to identify gaps in knowledge, in existing knowledge, that will serve as an orientation for your own study. You will miss them out. So you need to search both those that are specialized and those that are not so specialized in your area of, but which archives multidisciplinary. You also search them. So you have a very good coverage. No single database captures all relevant literature. You must know that. So some of them capture some, while some do not. Now, that brings us to how you develop your search strategy. Many of you may have seen this. Many of you may not have seen or may not know what I'm about to say, but that's fine. That's the essence of this type of workshop. First of all, for you to develop proper search strategy, develop a key that enables you to unlock the databases and extract or identify studies that are relevant to your own clearly defined concepts in your research question. You will now develop that key. The key that is used to develop it is a search strategy. You develop a search strategy. You don't need to search the literature, but you need to search it with a key. That key is what we call the search strategy. So, but you need to build it yourself. You build it by identifying mesh terms or key or keywords that are in, or text words that are in those databases. There are keywords, mesh terms, or text words that are utilized to archive literature in your area of interest. There are specific types. So you need to use those keywords to call up such type of studies. If you do not use those keywords, you will not be able to call up the type of study you want. You will call up the wrong type. So that is why you need to identify those keywords. But if you identify those keywords, you need to now connect the keywords, connect the mesh terms, connect the text words that you have identified that is used to archive studies that deal in those concepts or deal in those phenomena of interest that are clearly defined in your research questions. So you use those keywords and then you join them up together to make your search more sensitive and more narrow. More specific. The more you put the keywords, the text words, the mesh terms, the more you add them and join them, combine them with AND, or use what we call the Boolean operators to develop them and build on them, the narrower or the more specific your search will be. And the smaller the number of papers you will call up will be. So you need to find a balance. And the less you put into them, the less your keywords, your Boolean of your test words, your mesh terms, the lesser they are, the more broad, the larger the volume of papers you will call up, which may be unreasonable for you to go through. So you need to have a balance between sensitivity and specificity. So the broader they are, the more sensitive your search strategy is. The smaller they are, the more specific your search strategy is. That is, when you narrow it down by adding more terms or more words, text words or so, you narrow down the number of papers. These are practical things. And I believe that in one of the workshops, we'll be able to deal with literature search. You will see it yourself. You will search with me the specific databases and you will see how this happens. But some of you already know, but I'm emphasizing. So when you use AND, this is how you write it, capital letter. It's a Boolean operator. There are Boolean operators and or not. You also have asterisks, you have truncators, there are different types. But we're looking at these ones that are Boolean operators that enable you to carry out specific instruction in the databases. When you use AND, you narrow the results by requiring both terms that you are joining together with the word, the AND, to appear. So you focus your search on a specific, intersection of topics. So if you say hypertension and diabetes, for instance, it means you're narrowing down the studies that you want to see, studies on hypertension and diabetes. Then when you use OR, it broadens your results because now you're including synonyms. So if you say diabetes or fasting blood sugar or glycated hemoglobin, so it means that any study that is archived with the word diabetes, archived with the word fasting blood sugar, archived with glycated hemoglobin, they will all come up. So you see, when you use OR, you are using it to broaden and make your search more sensitive. But when you use AND, you narrow down. You limit what comes in. I only want diabetes and hypertension. But I want diabetes or glycated hemoglobin or fasting blood sugar or blood sugar level and hypertension. You see, I have broadened it using OR. And this is how you search databases, including Google Scholar. But if I ask you how you've been searching, you will see that I went straight to the key concepts. I didn't put what is the effect of diabetes on hypertension, diabetes on hypertension. I didn't type a sentence. I looked at that question first, and I picked up the key concepts: diabetes, hypertension. And then I now look at how they are archived. By going to PubMed, if I call up the word diabetes, I will see its definition. I will call up the definition of diabetes in PubMed. It will tell you diabetes in PubMed is defined as fasting blood sugar or glycated hemoglobin or this or that among humans. Now, if I come to search diabetes, it will give me, it has defined what diabetes means in PubMed and how it's archived in PubMed. And then if I want to call up papers in PubMed that deal with diabetes, I only write diabetes, but I didn't put glycated hemoglobin, I didn't put fasting blood sugar, I didn't put, it means that there are many papers in PubMed that we never see that are relevant to my study. So if I go there and I will ask PubMed the definition of diabetes, within PubMed, it will show me these important, we call them mesh terms. You will see the mesh terms. You will also give you test words that are used or words that are not systematically, under the medicine subhead. There are other words that test words or keywords and so on. You extract them, you write them down. And when you write them, you can now add them. You can now say diabetes or these or these or these, because these are the words used to archive them, such studies in PubMed. And then I can now put and hypertension. If I also want to increase sensitivity of my search for hypertension, I will define hypertension in PubMed. I will ask it for the definition. It will give me. Now, if I search, I will see studies that are occurred both in human beings and animals. They are all archived there. And that would be a lot of confusion. So it means that I also have to put another word, humans. So it means that after I have developed identified these keywords, diabetes or hypertension, diabetes or glycated hemoglobin or fasting blood sugar or blood glucose and hypertension, I will now say in humans. I can use a word that we excluded, the unwanted ones, not animals or not, So the one that excludes what you don't want to see is not. It tells you the unwanted terms that you don't want to see in your result. It's useful for removing irrelevant subjects that share terminology with your topic. So you can use it, to truncate, to exclude what you don't want. So you can see an example inside there. Kid or child and market or adverts and fast food and obesity or weight. You see, that's how you develop a search strategy. This is now what you actually put inside your databases to search them. You copy this as a string, the way it is now in that example. You copy it like this and paste it and search. And then it will bring out. Now, in reporting your literature review, this strategy must be there in your first page. And you will tell us which databases you searched, what you saw, and so on and so forth. Somebody else can use the same strategy and search and get the same result. This is how to search databases. There is more to it. There are advanced techniques. I try to provide illustration here, which speaks to what I'm saying. If you are in PubMed, you see the different drop-down boxes, what you do there, everything is tried. I try to explain some of these advanced techniques that you need to apply. Then you will come to citation chaining. You can do from the papers you already have got. You can do backward snowballing. You can do front snowballing. In backward snowballing, you check references list of key articles to discover the foundational studies that shaped the field. So if you identified key articles, you can actually look at their references to see some of the studies that shaped the field from there. In forward snowballing, you identify newer studies that have, that have cited your key papers, and then essential for capturing the latest development in that area. So you can actually look at the key reference lists or articles that shape the foundational studies. That means you look at the old studies, or you can look at the new studies that cited some papers that are key to your area, and you see other studies in their reference section that are current and concurrent. But you can do pair growing. You extract new keywords from these papers. Each article has a set of keywords. You extract the keywords that are used to archive these papers. Because that's why when you are writing a manuscript or writing a thesis, you are asked to write a keywords that will best help archivers archive your thesis, that speaks to your work. So you can get papers, you extract their keywords, it helps you to identify those papers. We call it pair growing. As many papers as I get their keywords and put them together and string them using Boolean logic, I'm able to do pair growing. And when I search databases with all these keywords, I will call up the right ones that I need. You can manage research papers. You can manage references with Mendeley, with Zotero. You can import references that you have searched from the databases into these data managers. Okay, there are softwares that are developed. You have RefWork Manager, you have Mendeley, you have Zotero. All they do is that they help to organize your study. You can import all your references, because after you have searched databases, you identify papers, you import them. Some of these databases will archive the same paper 3 times because they are coming from different databases. So you may see the papers, appearing 3 times. So you do what is called deduplication. You remove the same paper, you only retain the latest publication of that version of that paper, the latest version of that paper. publish in databases. You can give that instruction. In a split second, it will eliminate all the duplicates, and then helps you to organize the papers according to specific themes, which you can now tag and store in your profile, because you can open your, you open your own profile in these, using these, you can open specific folders, that's the right word, using these letter managers. You open specific, of course, you log into them, you subscribe to them. In some are free. You log into them, and then you have these folders. You import papers into these folders, and then you deduplicate in them. And then from them, you can export to Excel sheet, which helps to organize your paper into abstract and topic and so on, and enables you to read the abstract and know whether it is what you need or what you don't need. So there is auto-generated citation that comes by the time you put all these things into folders in this software like Mendeley, like Zotero, and so on. They store these papers automatically. And because you have them in your system, anytime you are writing, these papers can be referenced automatically in your manuscript. You do not need to be doing the manual thing. You know what we do? Who said this? This was done by Biodu et al. 2025. Oh, where can I find that paper? Because you have already searched the literature and you imported all that is relevant. As you begin to write your manuscript, in fact, by the time you finish writing your manuscript, the manuscript, if you import it into if you synergize your software with your system, it will automatically build your references for you. It will put them where they should be. Any type of references you want, it will build for you within split seconds. You don't need to waste your time trying to, put a BETA here and there. Once you search it this way, import it into your system, download, put in your software, Zotero, Mendeley, and so on. They will help you organize the rest of it. So that way you are sure that you have proper literature. The next thing you do is to summarize the literature, the key findings. So by the time you read your paper, you build a table that tells you the title of the work and the authors, the year of publication, next thing, the method that was used or the research design, the key findings, and the implication of the findings. You just extract this information from each paper. And at the end, you will string all of these things together. That's all. And you have an effective and coherent thought flow. Because by the time you finish extracting the information, you now group those papers that speak to the same theme together. You group the ones that speak to this one. So the one that speak to diabetes, you group it together. The one that speaks to hypertension, you group it together. The one that speaks to reducing hypertension, you group it together. The one that says it does not reduce hypertension, you group it together. So by the time you have grouped these papers, you will see the thought flow because you have extracted the data. You can now write coherently. And that's an important part. And you can now identify gaps in knowledge. Anybody else can repeat it. So this is something in a nutshell that we have not been doing. And this is something we need to pay attention to. And that's one of the things I think we can benefit from in this lecture. Now, there are some pitfalls you need to avoid. For research term, calibration, you need to know the right terms to use because that is very important and key. You need to look at the terms that are too broad, that will return unimaginable results, and avoid them. The ones that are too narrow, avoid them. Otherwise, you will miss very crucial evidence. If you do all that, it gets too much or it gets too little. So you really test your output As you do your search strategy, you test it, you check the output to know whether the literature you are seeing is too broad or too narrow. And you can now iteratively modify your query through your search strategy or your research question. But you must not ignore gray literature. Gray literature are literature you don't find in databases. Professional bodies have websites. They provide guidelines there, which comes from their own research or their own statements and policies, which have been properly researched. You can see them in conferences organized by professional bodies like World Physiotherapy Organization. You can see great literature there that are unpublished, but they are very, very, very subtle. They're very important. They are unpublished studies and they are reports, they are dissertations you see in university library that also contain valuable evidence about the area of phenomena of interest. You can't exclude them because they constitute totality of evidence in your area. Otherwise, you will introduce publication bias. So you look also for, you must also understand that there are weak reference management that you must need to avoid. There are libraries that are disorganized. You need to avoid them because they can lead you to miss citations or getting duplicate citations or formatting errors. So you avoid such kind of thing. So all avoidable duplications and so on, it's possible to avoid them if you use Mendeley or Zotero. They can deduplicate. They can also remove things you do not need. There are inconsistencies in screening. It's a pitfall you need to avoid. So without a clear protocol how you are going to screen, 2 persons can screen, or 1 person can screen, another person can rescreen, or the inclusion criteria you need to use in determining the paper that you must include. You must be clear. Otherwise, the papers you include will become subjective, narrow, and biased. So always apply a predefined criteria systematically before you start searching the literature. Determine your criteria, what paper you need. You can use the PICO framework to guide that. Population, intervention, comparator or control, and the outcome. You will determine the setting, what language or access limitations you are going to impose. It will only, are going to limit it to only studies published in English language from this year to that year. These are all access limitations so that it is clear. And you have to now have a reason why you narrow it down. Why would you get literature from 1931 about stroke management, whereas stroke management have taken a new turn since year 2000? It took a new turn. So new drugs emerged, new management protocols emerged, guidelines were changed. So why would I go back to 1931? If I'm doing a scoping review, yes, I may look at 1931 to map the terrain from the earliest time, from onset of databases till now. But if I'm looking at ROCTs, if I'm looking at current problems that need to be addressed in the context of the emerging trends, then I have to look at the very current or millennial years from 2000 down. And I have to justify that and also make sure I use access limitation tools by defining properly, having a predefined eligibility criteria, the type of papers I bring in, the type of papers I reject. Are you seeing that the literature review you always look at as something that is so common? It's not common. It's a serious part of your work, and it can actually determine whether you succeed in your research or you fail. And if you are also going for examination, your external examiner will pay serious attention to it. So you see, if you may get 1,200 papers, you can narrow down to 45. You can do so in a systematic way. And as you are narrowing down, you use a Prisma diagram. Depending on the type of study you are doing, use the Prisma checklist to know what elements you must have there. Okay, as you are excluding some papers, you are giving reasons. You are documenting them. You are using a diagram to show from this point to this point, this is number of papers. At this point, I excluded this number for this reason, or because the title does not match what I want to do after I did the title searching. And by the time I come to now abstract reading, when I read the body of the work, it doesn't contain what I needed. At the time I excluded this number of papers and look at the reasons. And I will be referring to my inclusion criteria, which they didn't meet. So if I don't have a predefined inclusion criteria, I will not be able to do this. And eventually, I will narrow down to the number of papers that I need. You will see either 45 papers or 10 papers, and I will have read them in totality. And then from them, I will get the gap in knowledge that needs to be addressed in my own study and serve as an orientation in solving a problem I have identified. So in conclusion for this area, I want you to have one thing in mind, that you search systematically. You manage the references well, and you use softwares like Mendeley, Zotero, Covidence, and so on to manage them. And you document everything you have done, how many you got, how many you excluded, how many you included. It will be in the first page of your literature review, in your proposal, or for your thesis, or for your dissertation or project. Now, from there, it will shape your research quality, because you have got appropriate evidence from databases that archive rigorously done studies. You will see in PubMed studies published in under the bridge somewhere, or studies done under the river in one shadow place, in one dark room somewhere. You see, you will see properly done and rigorous evidence that have been interrogated through defined peer review processes in these journals. And then therefore the quality of your investigation, which is based on the knowledge available in this literature, will enhance and elevate the quality of your own study and make sure that your own study does not fail, because it's anchored on the right knowledge. Let's deal with research design. Having done all of this, the next thing is to design to come up with the design for your inquiry. And this is something that is critical to our team in this workshop. So a research design is nothing more than a systematic plan that guides how study is structured, how that study is executed, in order to ensure that those right questions are asked in the right way they should be asked. So a research design has to be relevant. It should address the right questions for every given context that warrants investigation. A research design should be a platform that ensures accuracy. It produces valid and reliable findings. A research design will speak to economy. It must lead to efficient use of resources, efficient use of time, efficient management of participants. From the moment they enter into the study, or they are introduced into the study, or they are, recruited into the study, till when the study closes out. There are different types of research design: quantitative research, qualitative research, and the mixed method. Quantitative research is an approach. Quantitative research design approach, qualitative approach, mixed method approach. These are approaches. These are paradigms. They are not designs. So you may have a quantitative approach of inquiry, or a quantitative paradigm of inquiry, or qualitative paradigm of inquiry, or mixed method paradigm of inquiry. These are approaches. But the designs itself there are various types. Experimental design. Experimental design have other subtypes of experimental. Or quasi-experimental design, it has its own subtypes. Correlational design and descriptive design, they have variants. Under the qualitative paradigm, you have ethnography, you have case study. Many of you do case study. And case studies are under qualitative studies. You have grounded theory. It's a design under the qualitative approach of inquiry. Then you have phenomenology. Phenomenology speaks to lived experiences. Some of you will do a study, the experiences of pain in patients with breast cancer at stage 3, managed by physiotherapists at Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. And then when you come to the research design, you will now put there cross-sectional study. That is wrong. Because when you're talking about experiences, it comes under qualitative approach. But it's a phenomenological study because you are looking at lived experiences, experience of pain, experience of this. You know, some of you do experience of pain in experience of low back pain. And when you are doing studies are qualitatively that borders on low back pain, for instance, and you are looking at experiences, you are looking also at a phenomenological study. But you will hardly see this in the literature of physiotherapy. Many of you don't know that. That's actually what is called lived experiences. When you study them and interrogate and generate data directly from the patients about their lived experiences, you are doing a phenomenological study. But you can triangulate your data. That's why you have mixed method. You now have two arms of the study, the quantitative arm and the qualitative arm. These, you can triangulate your method. You can triangulate your data. You can also mix. That mixing may happen at some point. You need to define the point where that mixing happens, whether it happens in the method or it happens in the result and its interpretation. And what validates what? Sometimes you do a study so that you use this one to validate the other, but you lay emphasis either on the quantitative or on the qualitative. So if you are doing a quant to qual or a qual to quant, your design will be different. That is to say, you start with a quantitative to a qualitative, or a quantitative to a qualitative to quantitative, or quantitative to qualitative, and you lay emphasis on the first one, because that is the key one, and the other one validates it. It now tells you the type of design, and this all derived from the question you have asked. So you may have a sequential design. It may be an exploratory sequential research design. It may be an explanatory sequential research design. It may be a concurrent research design, or that is mixed method design. It could be an embedded nested design. So it all depends on the type. There are roughly about 5 types of mixed method research design. And if you're working in that space, you need to understand them. And if I'm your examiner and you tell me I did a mixed method study, you have problems with me. It doesn't make sense, because mixed method is an approach, but the design itself varies. You need to tell me which specific one, whether it's a convergent study, or which speaks to concurrent anyway, or is a sequential exploratory, or a sequential explanatory, or a nested study. Now, when you look at quantitative design, it focuses on measurement. It's driven by hypothesis, and you have hypothesis testing as a result. Because whatever is not measurable does not exist. And if you can measure it, you can test it. So that is why in quantitative studies, you can test. Not all of them. That is, you can test hypotheses and then establish causality, especially in the experimental studies. That's where you can, establish causality. So it has its own strength. Quantitative studies have their strength, because some of them, quantitative study include a branch of it, the experimental, includes randomized control trial. You also have the cross-sectional study or cross-sectional survey or longitudinal studies. They all come under quantitative. They have a cost trend. They are statistically generalizable. They are objective and they are easily reproducible. Then you have the qualitative paradigm. This one, like I've said before, it seeks to understand meaning, to understand context, and lived experiences through exploratory and interpretative methods. And so in such situations, you may have the key methods, in-depth interviews as a method. You may have participant observation, where you use the pro forma, or focus group discussions, where you interview them in panels, or you may do a narrative inquiry, or you may do key informant interview, and so on and so forth. But the core strength of this type of study is that it is very rich. It gives you the depth, that is the breadth, not the depth. Quantitative study gives you the depth. How deep is the ocean? How deep is the well? It is 5 meters deep. It is 200 meters deep. Because it is measurable, it gives you the depth. However, it does not give you the context. It doesn't give you the breadth, the context in which that measurement was conducted. If I ask, okay, what proportion of people were satisfied with my lecture? You will see that 50% of them were satisfied with my lecture. That's it. The proportion is 50%. Okay. 50% is not so big, it's just average. But it doesn't give you the context. It gives you the depth. It tells you 50%, and that is the end. But under what context? Why is it so? 50% of them were unsatisfied, though. The reason is that this lecture, it started very late, and you see, there was no light. NEPA was coming, and so the lecture keep cutting, breaking at a point, the way the platform is not very organized. We just keep on having breaks, and everybody was just fed up at a point. In fact, we're not satisfied. Are you seeing it now? If I have only worked on what proportion of people were satisfied, 50%, that is the depth. But what is the context that warranted that dissatisfaction? The context is because the platform was unstable. Break in transmission. It doesn't have anything to do with the content, but it has a lot to do with the delivery platform, which was unstable. So it means that if you want to get the real information about the impact of the lecture in terms of content and quality, and whether they are going to to meet the people's expectation, it has to be delivered in a stable context, in a stable network context. So network does not interrupt, and then people can listen and make up their mind. So you see that there is a gap. But you won't identify that gap if you have not nuanced it, if you have not contextualized it, in order to get the breadth. So if you get the depth, you probably will use quantitative, if that is your interest. If you want to get the breadth or the context, you will now use qualitative. We say that the study is properly nuanced or contextualized. When you hear us use those words, don't be scared of them. They just speak to the context. So a qualitative research has core strength because it is rich, and then it provides you a nuanced data that captures complexity and social context of the study. Then you have the mixed method. The mixed method combines statistical power of the quantitative approach with this depth of qualitative insight, and then yield a more complete picture of complex phenomena. It could be sequential. In sequential, it means that one method informs the next. So you may do a survey first, and then from the data you have developed in the survey, you now develop an interview guide and develop an interview, which is the qualitative arm. You need to first of all do a survey among the people, the participants. And after you have collected a survey from the same participants, you use that survey to develop an interview guide that will shape how you gather information. It will give you insight on the variables of interest you need to even ask questions about. You need to ask deeper questions that will give you the context. So you first of all do the survey and identify those variables of interest that you need to get more information to contextualize. And then you use that knowledge to develop an interview guide, which is the qualitative arm. So you start from the quantitative to the qualitative, you see? So you first of all do qualitative, you follow by qualitative. So that is called a sequential part. So you could actually start with quantitative to qualitative, or from qualitative to quantitative. It depends on which one you prefer and what speaks to the research problem. And then you could do concurrent, where both methods run simultaneously. We also call it convergent because they run concurrently and eventually they can be triangulated. Or embedded. In embedded, one method is I may do an embedded study, for instance. I may do a study that is quantitative, and as I'm doing that study that is quantitative, I will now get a small group of the people, of the participants in the quantitative arm and interview them, or conduct qualitative study in a small group of the participants. But if I am doing sequential, I will interview everybody. Everybody that is part of the quantitative will be part of the qualitative. And everybody that is part of the qualitative will be part of the quantitative. But if I'm doing an embedded, I can embed a qualitative study in a quantitative study, and vice versa. So we need to know these designs. And they happen for specific reasons, depending on the, like I have mentioned and giving you ideas, depending on the research question and variables of interest and what you need to know. An important part of your research design is sampling strategy. Most of us mess it up at this point, and most of us have faced challenges also. When you sample, you are trying to just get a subunit. Not everybody that is in the target population is involved because it will be very expensive. So you get a representative number that can speak of those populations. So you represent them. Instead of using everybody, you just get a few number. But how do you get that few number? If you get a few number in certain ways that is based on your own feeling or your own judgment, obviously it's going to be a biased selection. If you do it in a way that is random, it's going to be unbiased. But you need to understand what the basic concept of sampling is and why it's so. So a sample is just a representation of a broader population that is targeted in that study that will enable it to be feasible and ethically sound when you conduct that study. So you are sure you can cover. You won't be able to do everybody. Remember, efficiency is part of the consideration in designing a study. So achieving your purpose with little expenses, with much economy as much as possible. So now you are sampling. We first of all start with the question, who? You need to define the target population. Who are we studying? How many are we studying? So you determine the appropriate sample size and how do we choose a sample? That speaks to the technique. So who are we studying? How many are we studying? And how do we choose this sample? Sometimes we will find in our proposal who we are studying. We may not find how many, because many of us do not calculate the sample size. Some of us will just say, we will study 100 people. Are you a magician? How? Why will you study 100 people? The challenge you will have when you do that is that you are guessing. You need to power your study to such an extent that it is able to dictate the difference in the variable of interest between the intervention arm and the control arm for studies that involve both. If you don't power it, it will not be sufficiently able to detect that difference. So even when there is a difference, you will have an error that reports that there is no difference, whereas there is a difference. You see? So you need to power it. I had challenges with this part of research design until when I was embedded in South Africa and Germany. And so at this point, we normally draw a table. In that table, we will put all the variables of interest in a study. Yes, fasting blood sugar is a variable. We put it there. Maybe we are doing a study on the effect of physical exercises, aerobic exercises on fasting blood sugar, blood pressure, and maybe inflammation. Now, we now get markers of inflammation as C-reactive protein or interleukin 6 or interleukin 10 or interleukin 1, whichever one we have selected to be sensitive and efficient for our study at that point. And that also mirrors the dynamics in the molecular environment, in the microenvironment that we intend to have a peep at. And then so we capture that there. Now, if we put them in the table, we also put in the table effect size from previous studies. So maybe a previous study, recent, including the last 5 years, was conducted on the effect of aerobic exercises on blood pressure. Now, that blood pressure is divided into two, systolic and diastolic. And then the systolic, we will be seeing that maybe the effect size of brisk walking, which is what we are deploying as an aerobic exercise, or cycling, which is what we are deploying as our intervention in this study, we look at it and see that the study says that the effect size is 0.5 or 0.6 or 0.25 in a previous clinical trial. We will document that effect size there for cycling or for a go meta, or for walking, depending on what the intervention is. So we look at the effect of the same walking on diastolic blood pressure. The effect size could be 0.3. We put it there. Now, the effect size for maybe blood sugar, effect of exercise on fasting blood sugar, maybe 0.51. We put it there. The effect size on C-reactive protein, maybe 0.12. We put it there. So when we put it there, we now look at the effect sizes across board. You see the effect size of 0.5, 0.25, 0.12. So if you want to design a study, it means you need to power it with the lowest effect size. You won't power it with 0.5. If you power it with 0.5, when you test the effect of the exercise on blood pressure, which is about 0.25, you will have problem, because it has the effect on blood sugar and the effect size is 0.5. So if you power it with 0.5 in your calculation, you won't detect the differences in the one that has an effect size of 0.25. Not to mention the one that has the effect size of 0.12, because those effect sizes are very small. And for you to now capture the effect size of very small changes, you need to increase the population size, the sample size. So you normally power it with the least effect size. If you power the study with 0.12 as the effect size, it means that the population we have the power to detect difference not only of 0.12, but 0.25 and 0.5. So this is the way it is done. So you are sure that it covers everybody. You can power adequately. And now you use your G-Power software. It will ask you your effect size. It will also ask you the error, margin of error, which is 0.05. And it will ask you the power. Normally, the power of 80% is okay, or 0.8 is reasonable. You can power it at 80%. And then with an effect size there, and with the margin of error there, you can calculate the proper sample size. Now, this is important when you are doing an RCT, especially if you are doing an experimental study. And that is also why anytime you do an experimental study yourself, you must calculate the effect. Many of you will come up with topics: effect of aerobic exercises, impact of aerobic exercises, influence of. You see, they are saying the same thing, I hope you know. Impact, influence, effect, they are the same thing. Don't mind any story around it, they are the same. It's talking about intervention. There must be an intervention. The dimensions of it may vary, yes, but there is an intervention. And that is some period. But once you do an effect study, you must calculate compulsory the effect size. You can use Cohen's d if you want to use Cohen's d. You can use a G, you can use the Hedges G, and so on and so forth, depending on the type of study you are doing. And of course, if you are doing a systematic review, begin to look at effect sizes, things like odd ratio. These are all effect sizes, risk ratio, or hazard ratio. These are all effect sizes. But it depends on what you want to use, and depends on circumstance, because that determines the type of thing you use. But once you have your effect size, you put it in the G-Power, and you can now power appropriately and get the sample size you need. You can also do a cross-sectional study where you use the proportional prevalence of a disease condition to calculate the effect size. Many of you know the Ehrlich formula and so on and so forth. So there are different types. There are precision formulas. So it depends on what. But what I'm trying to say is that you need to calculate it. You need to know the target population. Then you calculate the sample size. And you must show the workings, how you calculated it. Or if you use a software, show the components that you put in, and you draw up a table that shows all the effect sizes across the study, because any effect size you put there, you put the study from where you got that effect size. It must be an RCT of a properly defined RCT of high quality. Now, there is probability of, you could have probability studies. There are sampling techniques that are probability sampling techniques and non-probability sampling techniques. So you must know which one applies in what condition. If you are designing a study that is experimental in nature, you must know that every member of the population has a non-zero chance of being selected. So you need to enable this with a statistical inference, and minimize selection bias by using probability sampling technique. How you draw the sample from the population is critical. Are you going to use simple random sampling method, or stratified sampling method, or cluster randomized cluster sampling method, or if you want to use systematic sampling method? But the caveat is there are different requirements for different types. Every unit has equal chance of being selected when you apply simple random sampling. But in stratification, you need to identify what the stratification variable is. The population is normally divided into subgroups, and then random sampling method is applied to each of those levels into each of those strata. So you must have a stratification variable. Now, if I'm doing a study among physiotherapy students at University of Ibadan, maybe awareness of a method, maybe awareness of IPAC as a method for measuring physical activity, for instance, among physiotherapy students in University of Ibadan. It means that I cannot just come in and then say, okay, any person I jam in that department, are you a physiotherapy student? Yes. Okay, you are part of the study. Next person, are you one? Yes, part of the study. Are you one? Yes. But no, it doesn't work that way. Because I'm looking at physiotherapy students and they run across streams. In fact, it should be clinical. I should define, because those that are in year 1, year 2 are still battling with biochemistry and physics. But the clinical ones are the ones that are exposed to these tools, outcome measures. So they should be the ones I'm focusing on. And then I may now divide them. Year 4, year 5, year 6, as when they are doing a DPT program. So I will stratify them according to their classes. So the stratification variable becomes their class. So I will use class to stratify. And then I will draw from each of them a specific sample. Maybe I may use now proportional allocation. So I may say, okay, I need 100 from my sample size, which I have calculated. And then I will now see that 10% of the students are in final year, 20% are in fifth year, and then 70% in the fourth year. So it means that 70% of the sample will be allocated to 40-year class. So out of a population of 100, 40-year we provide 70 people. And then third year we provide 20 people. And final year we provide 10 people. So I will select from them. After I have stratified them, I will now come to first year, 40-year class. I will do simple random sampling. I will just get a piece of paper when we do by balloting, write yes or no. Yes means you are part of the study. No means you are not part of the study. So no matter their number, because I have given them 10 slots, I will only write 10 yeses. And they will do sampling. Maybe I will do sampling without replacement. So I may not replace. So I may just say, oh yeah, pick. If you pick yes, I don't replace it. I don't put it back. I don't fold it and put it back again. If you pick yes, I say, okay, move to the study group. If you pick no, I say you're not part of it. Until I have got 10 people. I take my basket, I go to the 40-year class. Those that that pick yes are part of my study until I get to 20. But when I put these things, I must conceal them. I must put them in a concealed envelope. I will put them in blocks. That's a second layer in order to minimize bias, selection bias. So not only will I stratify, not only will I randomize, but I will also conceal. Now, that thing I was doing by asking them to at random pick is called randomization. But if I still do my envelopes with yes and no, I mean, if I still do my papers with yes and no, I can put them in blocks of 10, 10. 10 yeses, 10 no's. Put them in an envelope that is opaque, maybe brown envelope. If you put your hands in the envelope, you may pick out one. If it says yes, you are part of it. No, you're not part of it. So it is concealed that you can't even see what is written on the paper until you put it out. So it's another layer. So you see, there is randomization, and the manner is simple randomization with concealed allocation. There's conciliation. Okay? So now I have dealt with stratified randomization. There's cluster. In cluster, you naturally bring occurring groups that are sampled as units. You may look at, you want to do a study about maybe quality of care at general hospitals in Ogun State. Quality of care in general hospitals in Ogun State. Ogun State is very big, but you want to do the quality of care, physiotherapy care or physiotherapy rehabilitation in general hospitals in Ogun State. It's very big. So what do? You divide the state into cluster. The first cluster will be to divide them into senatorial zone. And you may see that there are many local governments in each senatorial zone. So you may have local government A, B, C, D in one cluster. Three local governments. Maybe there are 17 or there are maybe 16 local governments in Ogun, or there are 15. You divide them into 3 clusters. It means that this constituency may have 5 local governments, this one may have 6 local governments, this one may have 7 local governments. They are in 3 clusters. Having clustered them, I will still select one local government from each of those clusters randomly. I may have selected Ogun East, Ogun South, Ogun West local government area. Then in that local government area, there may be 5 general hospitals. In the other one, there may be 2, the other one, there may be 3. I will still select one from each of them. If I want to do proportional, I will now do so, but I can do 1 in each of them. So one general hospital from Ogun East, from Ogun West, from Ogun North. Then I will zero into those hospitals and they will become part of my study. That is cluster sampling. So I have used a method to study what otherwise would have been very too big for me to cover. You can also do systematic sampling. In systematic sampling, you can determine the sample size if it is known, and then target population if it is known. If they are not known, you can use it. You must have a sample size, a known sample size, and a known target population. For instance, if the population of women of reproductive age in Ibadan metropolis through 2016 or 2015 or something, population census is known. And we know that those in reproductive age in 2016 were 200,000. And I want to study the practice of checking for cervical cancer, okay, among that population. And then I have calculated, based on my prevalence sample of cervical cancer in Ibadan metropolis, and I got a sample size of 200. And total number of women in Ibadan, based on that census, is 200,000 in 2016. I will now use geometrical projection or use current USAID data sets to know the current estimate for Ibadan from that 2013 census that showed that there were 200,000. As at 2024, the data set may show that now that 200,000 has increased to 600,000. But the sample size is 100. So I will divide 600,000 by 100. Or the sample size I have calculated maybe 500. I will divide 200,000 by 500, and it will give me 40. It means that at baseline, I will determine where I will start. I'm going to start at the local health center, or at a center where you have the cancer center where people come for checkups or something like that, or at the general hospital, or where such services or investigations are done. I may start from anywhere, but the point is that once I define where I am going to start from, it means that once I take the first person randomly into the study, every 40th person is part of that study. Every 40th person is part of that study. So I divide the total number of women by the sample size to get the interval. And then I do what we call systematic random selection. So I select every 40th person, every 40th person, every 40th person until I complete drawing the sample from the population into the study. So you must be able to articulate which type you are doing in your proposal. And if you are doing a non-probability sampling technique, then you know so. If your design is not an experimental study, then you can use a non-probability sampling technique. But not all non-probability sampling techniques are qualified to be used in quantitative study. For instance, when you are doing a quantitative study, you can use a convenience sampling technique. You can use a snowball sampling technique. You can use a quota sampling technique. You cannot use a purposive sampling technique in a quantitative study. And many of you make that mistake. So when you design a study, a proposal, it runs into a problem because you don't understand the scientific paradigms, the quantitative paradigm, the qualitative paradigm, the mixed method paradigm, the single system paradigm. These are ways of thinking about the objective reality or the truth which we seek to investigate in the research. Because the ultimate aim of every research is to identify the truth. The truth can be subjective or objective, depending on the paradigm you are applying. If you are applying the qualitative paradigm, they believe that the truth is value-laden, and therefore you can never find the truth in a controlled environment. You must find the truth in an environment where the researcher interacts with that environment as part of the truth itself. So trying to remove the biases of the researcher from the design of the study is also in itself impracticable and will make you not to identify the truth. So, but in a controlled environment, which is akin to quantitative, especially when you have doing pure or true experimental study, you need to control for all those biases. They shouldn't be part of it because they believe that the truth is objective. It's objective reality, measurable. It's not subjective to our own biases. You see? So the manner in which you do the study is determined by the paradigm which you are utilizing in order to address the research question, address the inquiry that will solve the research question. Now, if you are doing a convenience sampling technique, you can apply it in situations where participants are difficult to assess. You know, it is quick, but it has high risk of bias. If you come into an environment, you want to work on, do a study on pregnant women who have maybe certain tertiary, or secondary placenta previa. Okay, so you can do it by convenience sampling technique. You come into the OBS and Gynae clinic, you keep looking at people who are diagnosed with placenta previa, and then you recruit them. Those who are available in the 6 months of your study, they are the ones you recruit. They are at the convenience of the researcher. Now, this is different from when you have to use the systematic method of sampling. Every 10th person who has placenta previa, every 5th person who have, or probability you have to ballot them. No, you don't ballot anything. And normally you don't even have control group. You just draw them into the group because mainly they are utilized in observational studies. They are not utilized in true experimental studies. Those ones will require probability sampling technique. But these non-probability are utilized when you are doing non-experimental studies. And so convenience is one of them. Snowballing means that you may snowball. That is, you may recruit somebody who has placenta previa, and you may ask the person, do you know where else I can get the next person who have placenta previa? He said, oh yeah, maybe you are working in a community. You say, okay, you identify somebody from the chemist who have malaria, whose child have malaria, or who has experienced convulsion. and you are doing a study on people who have convulsion in the community, and you now stay with the chemist or the health center, and they brought somebody who has convulsion, and you recruit that person, you may now ask question, do you know of any person whose child has experienced this in this community, whose child have also suffered from? He said, yes, I know of one family. They are in this village. They have now referred you there, and you go there. And after you collect their data, you ask them, do you know that family whose child has suffered from convulsion in the last 6 months? Yes, I know. Tunji's family, they have suffered, there was a report from that family, a child suffered from convulsion last month. You go there again. That is snowballing. You start from somewhere, you are referred to the next. So you can utilize that in participant recruitment. It's useful for hard to reach, groups. But purposive is judgmental. It is a deliberate selection that is based on information or the judgment of the researcher. It's this is done in information-rich cases. Then you have the quota. Quota is where you have a fixed number. From what I have done before, I mentioned quota to you. You have subgrouping. You can use this non-randomized control trial. You actually use quota system more. Now, there are ethical issues with all of this, which you must document and you must reflect on in your proposal. Proportional representation, I have dealt with it. Fair inclusion, I have dealt with it, where you give everybody equal opportunity through probability. And then vulnerable groups. So you need to take safeguards for minors, for those who are cognitively impaired, because there are ethical issues about bringing them into studies. Very important. And when you are doing a study, you must be sure that everybody is included in terms of race, in terms of gender, in terms of socioeconomic status. Make sure that there is always a mix. You don't segregate one from the other. If your study is only recruiting more female than male, there is no gender balance. It makes you a mess of your study. So be mindful of that. Perhaps you may need to, use it as a stratification variable, or you may look at race, you may look at, so you may stratify them and then, or you may cluster them and then begin to put them from those strata. The word is actually strata, not cluster. You stratify them based on race, and then further stratify them based on gender, and further stratify them based on economic, socioeconomic status, and then draw from each of the substrata. At the end, you have an evenly mixed population or an evenly mixed sample. So that way, your proposal becomes robust. You must know that there are gatekeepers whenever you are doing your proposal. Those gatekeepers, you need to work with them. Gatekeepers are managers if you are doing a grant study, or teachers or community leaders, depending on the type of study you want to do. You need to interact with them. They can facilitate, they can restrict access to participant groups, so you need to work with them and know how to navigate with them and put those information in your protocol. How you get permission from them, how you ensure confidentiality of the data you get without compromising them. So from population to the other processes in, just a minute. So the moment you move from the population to the execution, from population to sample, the process that you need to go through execution is important. So once you define population, you develop a sampling strategy. And once you have the sampling strategy, you develop the sample size. And with the sampling strategy, you recruit that size from the population. And in doing that recruitment, you must obtain their permission, their informed consent, and that of the gatekeepers in the community, and ensure that everything is done ethically. The vulnerable are protected, data is protected. These are all captured in your protocol. And if you do not do that, then there is a problem. So you can see that these things are key components that come together. Ethics consideration is very important when you are writing a research design. And this is something most people do not do. You must have to have respect for the persons involved, and you must demonstrate it in your write-up. And these are normally attached as appendices. When you look at the Belmont report and why we have ethical principles, do no harm to participants. Ensure that you respect their dignity and their privacy. Make sure that your research benefits majority of the population, if not everybody, but majority. And do justice by making sure that people are fairly treated in that study. So you don't assign people to the placebo group because you don't like them, and assign those you like to the intervention group where they will benefit from the new investigation medicinal product. So it's not justice, it's not fair. So you need to make sure that everybody have equal opportunity of receiving the intervention. And these are some of the things we've been talking about. So there must be fairness and equitable participation, selection, and treatment throughout the whole thing. And the point of care is something that is also important. You know, you need to look at the point of care. You need to also look at the standard of care in every country. But sometimes we have ethical dilemma when we are crafting the protocol, especially in multi-site study. Whereas the standard of care in America will require that patients are provided tamoxifen when you are treating breast cancer patients, or patients who come for routine care checkup in breast cancer must have a mammogram, a CT scan. But in Nigeria, it's not a standard of care, you know, because many people can't afford the CT scan. There's no insurance to cover that, or mammogram to cover that. And then you are doing a multi-site study, and some people in the arm recruited in America, you receive those CT scan, mammogram, and so on and so forth, but those in Nigeria don't. You see, it brings ethical dilemma, because you now begin to say it is the same study, but the standard of care you give to different participants differ. So, but at some point, a common resolution is that you use the standard of care available in every country to justify what you make available to those you recruit into your study. So if the guideline in Nigeria says that anybody coming from breast cancer review must receive CT scan and must receive mammography scan, then that's fine. You also make sure when you recruit them, you provide it at your own cost, not at their own cost. Don't make patients, don't even craft it in your protocol that they will provide you, the study will provide it. But if it is not the standard of care in Nigeria, write what is the standard of care, even in a multi-site study. So look out for these things. Go for institutional IRBs. Write and apply for permission. Include it, ethical review, ethical approval, ethical consideration. It must be part of your protocol write-up. You submit your protocol for ethical review. You know, make sure the IRB takes a look at it, and you fulfill all of those. And the key elements of what the IRB wants must be made available in your research design. The ethical challenges you're likely to see are issues about confidentiality and data protection. So you must make sure that they are provided for. How you must make sure that their data is guarded. Look at the regulatory body for data control in Nigeria and comply with the GDPR requirements of that, you know. So look at the voluntary participation. Make sure that there is voluntary participation. People must consent, and they have willingness, and they should be able to withdraw without at any stage of the study, without any harm, without any threat. You must describe the risk of harm and be transparent in the reporting. You must put all of those things in your paper. You must also put the name of the ethics committee that will review it in your paper. You must ensure that the golden rules are articulated. You know, make sure that you don't cause any harm to any participant. Now you go to the next one, which butters on data management. All the data you collect need to be properly managed. You need to put all those data together, save them with passwords, lock them in cabinets, make sure the questionnaires, nobody de-identify them, anonymize them, and capture that also in your protocol that you're going to anonymize them. Impute also the validity of the test instrument that we record those data, the reliability. It's important you do this because lessons we have learned from history shows that when you develop studies like in nutrition studies, they frequently request for a reported association that could not be replicated. So these are some of the things you need to know. They often trace back to instruments that have very poor construct validity that leads to decades of flawed dietary guidelines across the world because of the instrument that has no validity. Validity means accuracy in measuring the intended construct. So is your instrument measuring what it is supposed to measure? There are different types of validity: content validity, construct validity, criterion validity. You calculate for them, you identify them, you use experts to establish them. Then you have reliability. If applied under the same context in the same population, will the instrument give the same result? Consistency of measurement is what this one speaks to across time and across raters. Either it is inter-rater or intra-rater, everything has to be demonstrated about the reliability of this instrument. So you can assess it using test, retest, or inter-rater reliability, and so on. But you must put these values and figures in your write-up for every instrument. You put the reliability of the instrument if it is known. If it's an investigator-generated instrument, then you now tell us how you are going to pilot test the instrument, and through test, retest reliability, determine its reliability, or if you're applying Chromback Alpha to determine the reliability of the instrument. The proposal drafting is a very important part. You need to look at the research process completely when you start drafting. You need to understand it, what flows from where. You need to look at the planning, data collection, recruitment planning, dissemination planning. Everything comes in. You have to develop a Gantt chart that shows the timeline over which this study will be executed to demonstrate feasibility, and the work packages or the activities that will be done at every stage across a 6-month period of the study or 1-year period of the study, and so on, depending on what you have decided. And these are based on information from the literature, and then the budget for the study is important in your protocol, so that initially your supervisor or whoever will know that you have what it takes to do that study. What is the cost of it, the terms of personnel, even you yourself, equipment, the travels, dissemination, and so on. All these are captured. The statistical proposal is a very important part of developing a proposal. You need to understand how you test the result itself. These are the hypotheses you generated, especially the testable objectives, the statistical translation of everything into the key findings. Biostatistics itself enables research objectives to be operationalized into measurable, testable hypotheses. And these bridges scientific questions and rigorous analysis. Now, you need to translate or convert complex hypotheses into very concrete analytical plans by selecting the right tests, selecting the right models, and making the right assumptions for your study design. So if you don't select the right models, if you don't select the right test statistics tools, then you have a problem. You must demonstrate that in your write-up, in your design. The funding impact has to come in. Either you're looking at early active biostatisticians getting involved and their collaboration, and it's consistently associated with stronger review scores and higher funding successes. If you start early to consider this and bring in, statistician to guide you from beginning. Because sometimes, for instance, if your hypothesis says if it is directional or non-directional hypothesis, it must be informed by literature. For instance, if I say the impact, it is hypothesized that aerobic exercises will significantly reduce blood pressure in community dwelling older adults. It is hypothesized that aerobic exercise, in bracket, brisk walking, I am very specific in hypothesis. You must be specific. Aerobic exercise, in bracket, cycling. Aerobic exercise, in bracket, running. Aerobic exercise, in bracket, brisk walking, will significantly reduce systolic blood pressure, or will significantly reduce diastolic blood pressure, or will significantly reduce blood pressure, in bracket, systolic and diastolic, in community dwelling older adults. It is directional. It's a directional hypothesis. I am telling you the direction of change. I am hypothesizing, I am predicting that there will be a change. In my protocol, in my design, I am predicting that there will be a change. If you apply brisk walking in this population, and the direction of change is reduction. So I am dealing with a risk reduction for other cardiac complications through aerobic exercises, specifically brisk walking. And so I have made a directional hypothesis. It means that when I come to data analysis, I will make statistical assumptions in that direction. So my assumption will not be to use a two-tailed p-test. I will not test my hypothesis with a two-tailed p-test because it is directional. I will test it with a one-tailed t-test. If I'm comparing two independent groups, if my p, if I set my alpha, it will be one-tailed. My alpha will be one-tailed because my hypothesis is directional. If I say there will be a significant increase or a significant decrease, these are directional, this speaks to direction. So once you speak to direction in your hypothesis, then your statistical assumption, your alpha, will become directional. It will be one-tailed t-test because there is no room for either or. It's known one direction. However, if when I have read the literature was not saying, because the moment I make that statistical, but that hypothesis that there will be a significant, it is hypothesized that there will be a significant reduction in blood pressure among those exposed to brisk walking, older community dwelling older adults. Now, it means that that is what the literature has said, because my research hypothesis is derived from the literature. I dare not, and please dare not ever come here in your proposal right now and say there will not be any change in your conceptual map in introduction. It's a fallacy. It contradicts the literature. And therefore, it cannot be used to measure and test your hypothesis in your methodology. So when you mess it up in chapter 1, you also mess it up in chapter 3. So you need to tell us what the literature says. However, if the literature says, some literature say that there was a significant increase, a decrease in blood pressure with brisk walking among community dwelling older adults. Whereas other literature say, equal number also say, those you have selected, you know those literature you have systematically selected, after reading them, developing a table, writing the authors, writing the teams, extracting the data and their conclusions, and then grouping them. And you see that those that dealt with blood pressure say, half of them say that there is a change. Half of them say no change. It means the literature is unclear. Some report a change positively, some report a change negatively. So in that situation, we know that there is a change, but we don't know which direction, because this one says negative, this one says positive. So what do? You state the hypothesis in a way that will mirror the literature. You cannot say there will be a reduction. No, because half of the literature you have already read says that there will be a reduction, whereas the other half said there will be an increase. They are opposed to each other. There is a mixed scientific, there's no scientific consensus. So what you will know is that they all reported a change, but in different direction. So what you will now postulate is that it is hypothesized that there will be a change in blood pressure among community dwelling older adults subjected to brisk walking. There will be a change. Now, it's unlike the first one you said there will be a decrease, a significant decrease. This one you are saying there will be a change. You are not sure whether that change is going to be decreasing or increasing, because there is lack of consensus in the literature. Some say it decreased, some say it decreased. So you don't know. So you say what the literature have said. You mirror the literature. You say there will be a change. Now, the moment you say there will be a change, it is a non-directional hypothesis. Therefore, in your statistical assumption, when you are writing your design, your alpha will be two-tailed. Many of you will see where people write alpha will be two-tailed. P less than 0.05, one-tailed, or P less than 0.505, two-tailed. You don't know why. It is coming from your hypothesis in chapter 1. So if you now come to that and say there will not be any change, there will not be any variation between those who receive. Who said that? From where? The moment you put that garbage there, you cannot make a statistical assumption which direction your P will go. Because that's not what the literature has said. You see? It's unscientific. So that chapter 1 goes with chapter 3. They build on each other. Bottom line, your research question, read the literature before you can identify the problem, generate questions to answer them, and then the rest will follow. The title will come from there. Methodology will come from there. Are you seeing the linkages now? So if I have not read the literature properly, I can't present a valid, informed, educated hypothesis. Research hypothesis, we call it educated guess, informed guess of what we expect to see at the end of a study. We also call it scientific hypothesis or declarative hypothesis. It drives the study. It is the conceptual map that drives the study. They tell us the beginning to the end, where the outcome should be. But that also informs our statistical plan. Are you seeing part of it now? Okay, and these are things you must document in your proposal. So when there are errors, it affects the problem. It affects the execution. You know, it affects the effort we put in when we make errors. So you recommend that facility biostatistician make effort on the clinical studies. Maybe minimum effort of 10% is, you can bring a statistician in the entire study, you can make an effort about 10%, or maximum effort of 30%. You can calculate the FTE, that is the full-time equivalent, as the case may be. So, but I'm trying to let you know that statisticians are very important, and you need to consult them when you are writing up your proposal. So with the information you have, you will see the life cycle. You will see the cycle of the research cycle, the research life cycle, and the effort that are there, and where you need to put in effort and how much effort in study design, especially when you are involving the biostatistician, you know, study design, data collection, analysis, and dissemination. So you power the sample. I have told you about power. This is just a diagram to show how we come about the calculation for sample size. Then you come to proposal drafting. You draft according to the guidelines provided by your institutions. You draft properly your method, study design and participants, data collection and analysis, bias and quality assurance. This is something most of us don't do. You must have a subsection on bias and quality assurance. You know, you are going to be proactive in doing so that you proactively address potential sources of bias that you may encounter, so that those who read it will know that you are prepared. You already know that they exist. They are likely to happen, and look at your mitigation plan. Data quality protocols and strategies for mitigating any of these missing. There could be missingness. There could be incomplete data, in which case we now use intention to treat analysis. You tell us how you have to address that. And if you have done systematic review, you know why this is important, especially when you are doing quality of the papers. Remember that even when you have identified papers for the literature review from your databases using such strategy, which you have developed using Boolean logics and so on, you are expected to determine the quality of these papers. They don't have the same quality. Papers of high quality are the ones that should make you take a decision on what you are going to expect. Papers of high quality are the ones that will make you take a decision on the likely gap you are going to see. Design gaps that you need to address. Papers of high quality. And you can score these papers using Pedro score, Pedro quality of bias assessment, or Cochrane grade evidence of quality grade evidence. So you can grade the quality of these papers. And then those that are of high quality, moderate quality, low quality. Those of high quality are what should drive your decisions. They are the ones you give attention to. Their conclusions are more valid, more acceptable. We have confidence in the estimate of their effects compared to those of low quality. So this is now what plays in when you now come to methodology. When you now come to methodology, you begin to write your design, your participants, and so on. You look at data collection and analysis, look at bias and quality assurance. You also bring in how you address missingness, how you address missed data. Some other person will assess the quality of your protocol or quality of your study using other measures of risk of bias assessment or quality assessment of papers. So you have to do it yourself. And by the time you capture the bias and quality assurance processes you're going to follow, early before you start, your mind will be there to address some of these lapses. But there are pitfalls that you need to know when you are writing your protocol. Your objective must not be vague, because if they are unclear, the endpoints will also be confusing for the reviewers. You need to clearly know your objective and the endpoints that you wish to measure. What are the endpoints of the variables of interest? You know, so you need to know the clinical endpoints so that you don't undermine the entire proposal's credibility. And then some of you do very thin statistics. Look, what makes a beautiful study is the statistics. That is the beauty of a research. You may do everything correctly, get data, correct data, but you have not been able to unlock the secret of the data. All you do is t-test, independent t-test, student dependent t-test, and then chi-square. That is it. What else? Proportion, percentage. And then if you want to show that you have done so much, ANOVA, you know, and that is it. Whereas there are so much you can do. So much you can do. You do nonlinear analysis, especially when you are doing with behavioral studies. And then what you can do, look at those response curve, you know. You can look if you're looking at predictors, you just don't do sensitivity and specificity, the LR and the RR. You go further. You can do the AUC of the ROC. You can do the area under the curve of the receiver operating characteristics, analysis. You can go further and see if the cutoff point is below 0.75. If it's below 0.75, the instrument is really not helpful. But if it is above 0.75, it is helpful. It's a healthy cutoff point that can define and differentiate and discriminate between those who have the condition and who don't have it. And things like that. You must be able to have a robust statistical package. Otherwise, you will not be able to unlock the secrets in your data. Some of my recent studies, go and read them. Take a look at the statistical plan. Take a look at the statistical analysis. Before, yes, I was doing the usual thing, p-test, independent t-test, student t-test, and so on and so forth. But when I started going a little bit far, I went into study statistics. So I make a choice for myself what I need to use. From beginning, you are clear, and you apply them. In the study I did about fall, which was presented for, which was scored for the best research in the last World Physiotherapy Congress in Japan. My work, that of I think Aminat, and then that of Helen Miyaziwa in South Africa, they were actually assessed by reviewers, by award reviewers, that they were the 3 best studies in HIV. You know, eventually Helen won the prize. But that work I did was I used systematic review to develop a tool. I and my team use systematic review to develop a tool. The first HIV-specific fall prediction tool in the world. And that was why they projected it as in that category. Eventually, one of my papers also won a prize. But I want to make a point. The point is that what made it different, the novelty of the statistical analysis that I deployed to make it a product-focused study. So a product is, I targeted to develop a product from that solve a problem. Always target to develop a product that solves a problem. Statistical analysis can help you do that. And if you don't have a good statistical analysis, you may have very fantastic data. What you publish at the end may only tell half of it, not even up to half of the story, maybe even up to 1/10 of the story. Yet you have a very good data that can tell so much. So don't ignore feasibility when you are writing your protocol. So budgeting is important, timeline is important, dissemination. Make sure that you are writing a protocol, you tell us how you are going to disseminate. This is important because we do not attend conferences, and it's not good. You do a beautiful master's degree study, you put it up in the shelf. A beautiful PhD study, put it up in the shelf. You will hear announcement, ACAPUM conference, you don't apply. NSP conference, you don't apply. World Physiotherapy conference, you don't go there. Meanwhile, you did a very good study. It is because you don't have confidence in what you have done. You don't understand that from beginning, you ought to put in your protocol how you will disseminate this study, which conferences you are targeting. And if you target a global conference, it means the quality that you must put in, the effort, the rigorousness, the trustworthiness of the process must be very high so that you appear competitive and highly scientific. So from the beginning in the protocol, show all of those in the design and make sure that you budget for the right things. So everything comes together to the weeks, proposal development, how many weeks it can take you to do an average proposal development and so on. At least within the first 8 weeks, you can assemble your team. In the next 5 to 7 weeks, draft your methodology with your team, finalize your budget justification, complete the internal approvals, and of course, the reviewers can help you, support you to get a good protocol, and then you craft a fundable proposal that eventually you can use for your products, for your for your grant application or for your university master's or PhD thesis. Remember what I mentioned before about reliability and validity of your tools. Remember the statistical planning that are essential, all that you need to do, the minimum power, high stakes maximum power, 90%, 80% is okay. I've touched on all of this one way or the other. You know, I'm just trying to recapitulate all of them. And so what you see in there is just a recapitulation of the things that I have done before, I have mentioned before. But the most important thing is that these are things that you need before you now finally deal with oral presentation. I want to speak to this finally. You need to organize your presentation, your proposal presentation in PowerPoints is the standard. You use audiovisual to put your things together. Some of the things you put up as PowerPoint are actually notes or even textbooks. You just cluster everything there and you just need to put them in points that you just get points that make you to speak to the issues. They're meant to be a talking point. What you see in the PowerPoint should be the talking point. Not, you can see this PowerPoint I'm using right now. You can see the visuals that I use to elicit your interest and to speak to the points I want to discuss. You can see that I don't have to cluster the whole thing and now reading from a verbose textbook or something. At the end, it is dead. It doesn't allow me to explain and carry you along. You can also read. You can see there are spaces and also that it's not clustered in your eyes. These are the way you prepare a PowerPoint. This may not be perfect, but it may give you an insight. So one slide, one idea. That is the way to do it. That's the golden rule. So once you prepare for each one idea, use one PowerPoint. Okay? The most effective slides are built around a single clear message. So don't do 2 slides, one idea. Rather, one idea, one slide. Simplicity is the discipline that you need. Don't go for shortcuts. Don't go to dump everything there and read it. Make it simple. Single focus. Each slide should communicate one core idea. That's it. Resist that temptation to put too much in a slide. Make the headline to show the purpose. Make it the headlines with purpose so that everything is concise. It states your conclusion, not just a topic level. You know, sales grow 40%. That could be your headline for that particular slide based on your finding. Instead of just writing sales or writing physical activity. But if you say physical activity reduces blood pressure by 30% or reduces cyclic blood pressure by 30%, that is a headline. It's a message of its own. But you don't just say physical activity and blood pressure. It doesn't make any sense, especially when you're trying to communicate the findings of your study or even your proposal or what you have found from the literature that informed your design. 3 to 4 bullet points or one visual is important. Then split complex ideas so you don't cluster them. If you have an idea that feels crowded, split it up across multiple slides. More slides with less content is nearly always better because you speak to them very fast, you roll through the slides and people can easily see the difference themselves. Always use generous white space and visual hierarchy. Don't bring in green, white, black, different colors, yellow, orange, all in one slide. Normally, if you want visual articulation and clarity, white and black, or a light background and a darker, combine both. But when you mix all of these things together, like coat of many colors, it distracts the person from the message. So typography and color consistency is what you need to look at. Make sure it's 1 to 2 point max. Make sure you have high contrast in the color. Make sure you have, you generate very good palettes, color palettes, and the size hierarchy. The headings may be 18 points, it may be 28 points, maybe 32 points, but the ones under it maybe 16. But whatever you decide, headings will be this. Heading level 1, heading level 2, heading level 3. They all have their font sizes. Be consistent so that you don't have, font sizes that in this particular slide, you have 10 different font sizes. In the other one, you have only 2. If you look at this slide, you will see that I have 2 font sizes. In fact, 3 font sizes. Whenever I have heading level 1, I have a different font size. Heading level 2, I have a different font size. Then the main text itself, I have a different font size. So the levels of the heading determine. Always, bring a pattern that shows, what you want. Title and content is properly captured, the comparison, the timeline, the process, everything that you need to articulate should be properly done. And your skill and communication is important. Practice. Learn how to speak to the points. If you know it, you can pass the message in your language. If you look at what I'm doing, I'm speaking to the PowerPoint out of my own knowledge, out of the fact that I have understood the clear concepts. I can communicate it. I don't need the PowerPoint to be verbose. I only need them as a talking point. But everything now synchronizes because I look at them, I know what I'm supposed to say. I know what message I need to convey, and I try to convey them accurately. Also, you have to understand that your delivery is important. Your voice, your pace, your body language, your gesture, your nerves. Don't be panicking. Be confident. Eliminate all the filters. Cut down on vocal vowel digging. As in like Don't do that. Speak fluently. Because when you do it creates the impression of lack of confidence. It creates the impression that you are falling apart. It creates the impression, look, I told my students something. I say, even when you're making a mistake, be confident and make the mistake confidently. Look them in the eyes and make that mistake confidently. Instead of making the mistake in a disorganized manner. Or even making a point, not even a mistake, but a point, yet you lack confidence. It's not acceptable. You need to have composure. Your body language must flow with your thought flow, and it re-emphasizes the area where you want to draw attention. Certain body languages will also re-emphasize them. So you learn how to make purposeful gesture, but not the ones that look like if you are rapping, okay? Or if you are, and then use some funny languages like, or as in like. Now I hear that as in like, I don't understand it, So I have one of my research assistants, I'm working on my research assistant because there is one word that he repeats all the time, and I'm battling with him on that. He will always say, actually, the reason why I do this is actually, the reason why I did the other is actually. I said, no. There is too much actually in your sentences. It's not acceptable. Work on it. He is working on it. And the moment you get those things sorted, I think everything now flows, properly. So you need to know how to eliminate filters and then, speak to your PowerPoint. You have to practice your slides. Record yourself so you can hear yourself, see where you make a mistake and correct yourself. Time your talk. So if it's 10 minutes slide, make sure you make 8 slides if it's 10 minutes. So that less than 1 minute for each slide. You have more than a minute to each slide. So if you have 10 minutes, make 8 slides. Some people will make 10 slides for 10 minutes. That's fine if you are sure you can cover. But if you don't know how to manage your time properly, make lesser number of slides than the minutes so that you apparently have more time. And then you seek a feedback when you made a presentation. Try to get your supervisors, your peers to criticize you, especially when you are trying to practice presenting your protocol. So test everything early, prepare for remote delivery, have your backups ready, not just what is in your laptop, have a backup in your memory stick, have also in your email. Always upload your research to your email so that if your system crashes, you have it saved in your email. If you do chapter 1, send to your email. I always make it a point of duty. I always encourage my students, do not send your research work through WhatsApp. Your phone may be stolen. You may lose, a virus may come in. But if you send through email, even if you lose your phone, your supervisor will retrieve it and send back to you because it's right there in the email. So learn how to communicate with your email so you can have some kind of backup there. Use presenter tools to make your presentation. Know how to use the slide clickers, and then the presenter views with notes, the visible turners, and timers. They all help you. Oral presentation skills, question handling are things you need to know. Prepare for Q&A. Always anticipate likely questions. Master the bridging techniques, how you move from one thought to the other, and then set some ground rules for yourself, and that makes it easy. Listen fully first. Whenever you are being asked questions, don't want to answer without listening clearly. Be brief and on topic, so you don't say too many things that will lead to another question. Admit what you don't know upfront. People may ask you a question, and you simply say, I don't think I know all the answer, but I will attempt it. I think that this may be this or that. Like I said, I don't know all the answers, but I think this may be the reason why this is like this. Now, you have already given a window of expectation that limits the expectation of the listeners and even of your examiners. And you're also showing some humility. But if you come there and pose like an ancient and modern knower of all things and bouncing on this thing, then people will finish you with questions because you want to show that you know. But when you are humble, the expectations are moderated. And then the questions they ask you are, some of them won't even ask questions. Some of them will now make contribution because you have said, I don't know it all. I don't think I know it all. But I think I can attempt it. And I'm sure that those who also know can help out. But I think that this is this, and maybe that's why this happened. This is my thought based on what I have seen in the literature. Maybe there are more to it, and our teachers here may also help. Now, these have changed the narrative, you see? So use positive body languages, appear confident, diffuse hostility. Don't be angry, don't be aggressive, always wear a smile. Even when people are aggressive, wear a smile. Be humble. Don't frown. Don't get upset. Be expressionless. Be accommodative, because everybody has a right to express themselves and they can't always share the same opinion with you. And then redirect off-topic queries. When they ask queries that are not in your topic, you can redirect it and say, well, I think this question is outside of my topic, and I would rather think that if this maybe if this question is put in this manner, then it will be speaking to this. And if it's speaking to this, then this is what I think should be the expectation. This, that, and that. Now, somebody has asked a question. You have redirected it. You have changed that question. You have reformulated it. A question outside your area, you have reformulated it to what could be relevant to you. You have rephrased it and then answered it. they may say, but you changed my equation, but then they will also see from the way you handled it, you didn't discredit them, but you try to rephrase it in a way that, speaks to what you have done. So build rapport and all that. Summarize key takeaways at the end. Invite further discussion beyond your presentation. And then thank your audience, thank your teachers, thank those who have listening to you, to your protocol when you have designed it, for coming. You need to master how to unlock your impact. You need to put together a complete formula that will work for you. Keep practicing all the time. Your dual power is important. Your voice and your visual. These are your dual power. You must be ready to begin. And so your next audience is waiting. This is the time for you to start writing a good protocol and to prepare for a fantastic master's, undergraduate, or PhD study. And we are here to help you along the way. So this will be where I'll bring this to an end. Thank you so much. If there are questions, I can take them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Tolube, are you there? If there are questions in the chat room, can you take a look, Tolube?
Hello, sir.
Yes. Go ahead. Somebody says hello.
Mr. Magad, you please kindly mute yourself.
Tolube, can you take a look at the...
I've checked the chat box now.
Okay.
It's thank you, thank you, thank you. Somebody said, I really wish I knew all this before my undergraduate project. It was very insightful, sir. Then there's a hand raised up, Salisu Said Muhammad, for question.
Okay.
So
Salisu,
please kindly unmute.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. My own is not a question. Sir, please, as you have highlighted a lot of areas that we are having issues based on how to search for topics during literature review. So, sir, how I wish I will get the lecture notes so that we will revise it on our own in order to digest the knowledge, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure you will get it. Tolube will be on top of that.
Hello?
And of course, the recording also will be here for you to also utilize. No, it is being recorded. And of course, I'm always available. My numbers, my email are also available to help. I think also that one of the things I do in my school
Thank you, sir.
is to teach my students systematic review of literature. If you have been reading on different platforms, or LinkedIn, those of you who are connected to me, or if you read on physiotherapy platforms, I do a lot of systematic review of literature with either meta-analysis and so on and so forth. You will see the protocols I follow. I publish them on Prospero. I publish them on Implacy. The protocols are first of all developed and published there in order to create for transparency. And before I go into the real literature synthesis, either narrative synthesis or meta-analysis. So the key thing there is that one of these days, I know that MRTB has also been organizing workshops on systematic review. And I think I saw something like that in this series, either for this year. But I think so, right? So some of you may attend systematic review workshop. It will also help you to, because in systematic review workshop, you are taught how to, cite the literature, and there is a hands-on. Anytime I run such workshop, it must go with a hands-on. Everybody will come their laptops, and I will
Mr.
put my own
Magaji, please
laptop.
kindly mute.
And I will also share my own laptop screen. So whatever I am doing, I will encourage you to do, and you get the same results or close to the same result like I get. And so by the time we finish, you are sure how to develop a search strategy and how you can use it to search the literature, and you see how you can export into a manager, a data manager, and then how you can duplicate and then export to Excel, or you can use any of these softwares, Covidence and so on, or Ray, what is it again? To analyze to run your analysis and proceed with your data extraction. So what you said is quite understandable. It's not something you pick all up at a stretch, but I know if you listen to, if Tolube shares the lecture recording, you will get a lot of it, and also the material will also help. So I totally agree with you. So any other question?
Mr. Magaji, did you have a question for us? We can see that you've unmuted yourself. Mr. Rabiu Magaji, are you asking a question or contributing to the workshop? It appears he's not with us.
Yeah,
okay. No question platform on the chat platform, sir. It's just all appreciation. No questions, sir.
Okay. Yes, if you people still have time, I think we still have 1 hour, right?
Okay, there's a hand raised up here, sir. That's Temitai Adebi. Mr. Magaji, please kindly mute yourself.
All right, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
I have a question, and the question is: thank you so much for the presentation. It was really enlightening. My question is that for someone that is doing a particular research, and then from the initial thoughts or from the initial visibility study, he expected that we'll be able to achieve a particular sample size. If one is unable to, he finds it very difficult to get the required sample size, is there a way this person can still go about the same research?
Okay, if I get you right. Okay, if I get you right, if somebody has designed a study and at the initial stage, the person has powered the study to get the sample size, and he got a specific sample size based on the powering. And then when you now go to the field, you discover that you can't get all the sample sizes. Can you still do that study?
Yes, sir.
The answer is neither here nor there. However, you see the reason why you do a feasibility analysis. You have to show that it is feasible. If you want to conduct a study on COVID-19 in Nigeria, right now, it is not feasible because there is no COVID-19 epidemic. You can't find the participants who have active COVID infection. So you need to make sure that the participants you are looking for, that they are here. If you are doing a study on depression, Nigeria is not the best place to do that kind of study. Yes, we have symptoms of depression, but if you know what maniac depression is, if you're doing a study on maniac depression, you find that a lot in Europe, not in Africa. You may not find maniac depression in Africa as much as you find in Europe. So you need to know what you're looking for. And that's why it's important to read what you find in the literature. Literature will give you an idea. The prevalence of the conditions across different regions. However, in some studies, the prevalence may not be known in Africa because we have not developed our registry, we've not developed our data recording platforms properly. And you may want to contribute to that. You may want to do such a study. Nevertheless, there are situations where you actually genuinely find out that the study is feasible. But when you set out to do that study, you see that you don't find sufficient number. You may have set out to work on 120, and then you have 50 participants. Now you have already done everything right, but in the field, there may be risk that you didn't anticipate. There was a study you wanted to do on ethics, and we wanted to do that study among IDPs. And all of a sudden, when we have finished everything, and then we were about to deploy to the field. In fact, we have deployed to the field, done the baseline data collection, and then once to do the post-intervention, we have done almost half of the population. And then the IDP camp was attacked by bandits. And people who we participated in the study ran away. Now that's a risk. How do we mitigate it? We have to now use statistical analysis, statistical tools based on the baseline and based on the ones we have done to project the likely outcome. We don't throw it away. We continue with the study. However, we have to report what happened, and we have to report what steps we took to mitigate it, and also put it as a limitation to our study. So it can happen that way. And sometimes, where we have already proposed, we will do maybe systematic sampling. After 10 people, we jump and get this. After 10 people, we jump and get this. These 10 people are 10 people. We don't even see the 10 people. In fact, so we may have to change. We may have to say, you see, we have planned to use systematic sampling, but because of the number, we now use total study. And we will report it fairly. And we will also go back to ethics and explain why we changed our sampling method. So we may change that sampling method in the field, but we may have to change our protocol and defend it before ethics. We may resubmit to ethics and then explain why. And we now do a total study. That is to say, everybody we see there who met the inclusion criteria. It's no longer a question of every end part will become this. We will change our sampling method. We study everybody. So this sort of thing can be managed. But in every situation, you have a reason to. But once you have set out to do the study, you don't get the number, don't stop the study. Continue, finish up, and report the fact that you didn't get as a limitation. Report your recruitment level, and then use your recruitment level to look at the quality of your output and expect the type, that whether it's type 1 type of error, type 2 type of error that you are going to see, and so you explain it properly. I think that is the way to handle it.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, sir. However, I still have one more question, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, sir. I would like to ask, sir, are personal reasons acceptable in this instance now? Let's take, for instance, you're doing a study in a particular geographical location, and let's say you are requested to visit 100 schools. However, you're unable to visit this for personal reasons, maybe such as finance. you find it difficult to go to all of these schools. Is that acceptable, sir?
No, I think that's your question. Can you speak up a bit?
Okay, sir. My question is this: if one is conducting a study, and one is that is financially challenging, however, initially one felt it is possible to one has had the assumption that the study is still feasible. However, on the field, the person eventually found out that there were extra costs that were accrued during the field study. Is a personal reason such as financial limitation or financial constraints, is it acceptable? Is it presentable as part of the limitations why a particular sample size may not be achieved? Is it acceptable in research, sir?
Yes, it is. You know why? Because inflation is something you can't control. But that is why I always say that in the protocol, you have a section for bias and quality assurance. That is for risk, bias, and quality assurance. You have to project the likely risk. There was a time when everything was adding, price of everything was changing almost every week in Nigeria. Dollar kept increasing from 900. Next week is already 950. Next one is already 900. So nobody knows what to expect. Even the importers were confused on how to fix the prices. And then you need to import biomarkers for your laboratory, data collection and analysis. And then you have budgeted that you are going to buy these biomarkers for 2,500. Altogether for the entire sample of 100, maybe you have projected 250. All of a sudden, you are dealing with biomarkers increasing to 10,000 times 200, almost 2.5 million or 2 million. Whereas you budgeted 250. What can you do? If the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? There's nothing you can do. What you will now do is to now change it from a definitive study to an exploratory study. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So if maybe you needed 200, you will now look at maybe 20 or maybe 25. And then you will report to ethics. On the basis of this, you want to change the design to an exploratory study. So it's just an exploratory study, nothing is definitive. So your findings, if they are significant, because it is exploratory, it will not be assumed to be a definitive direction of change. However, it is suggestive of the direction of change. So you need to do a more robust intervention study that has the right number to power the study and in order to detect the real difference that tells you whether in the actual sense, this direction that is suggested in your study is the reality or not. So you can actually change your study, which is supposed to be explanatory to exploratory. I don't know if I'm making a point.
Yes, sir.
And then you put a caveat so that people will interpret the findings with some element of caution. And of course, you will explain what happened. Because of inflation, we changed from 15% to 25% or from 9% to 25%. It was unacceptable. It went beyond the budget, budgetary constraints. And therefore, this number is what we found that, and you change it from definitive to exploratory. Likewise, also, if you're not able to get the actual number. So the actual sample size, once you don't get it, you cannot make a definitive statement on the direction of effect. In that sense, your study findings should be interpreted as exploratory insight, not definitive insight. I don't know if you're making a point. So it can be done that way. And you will still present it, and it's very scientific. Where there is problem is when there is lack of transparency. When you try to lie, when you try to manipulate the figure and say what did not happen, that is where you have problem. I don't know if I'm making a point.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any
more
questions?
questions? We have time. We have time. So ask questions, please. Take a look at your own study, your experiences, your challenges. You can share them here. We can look at them together.
Eboluwa Omodara, kindly unmute and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. This was a very insightful presentation. I have a question regarding the ethics of data collection. So for some much more rural areas, for example, I schooled in the north. Most times when you go to collect your data, sometimes the patient asks for a form of incentive, a form of tip. Is it, I know you're not supposed to pay, but in those areas where if you don't particularly give them something, and this includes patients in the hospital, people, if you don't incentivize them, they are most likely not willing to participate in the study. Does this come against any sharp ethics, or is doable? Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, this will come into play. You need to also document it properly in your protocol. And that is the beauty of this question. It brings us to what we call the ethical dilemma, especially when you do research studies in deprived population, in poverty-ridden population, okay? And now you require them to come to the clinic 3 times a day, a week, or come to the, so who provides the transport? You see, are they going to transport themselves to come? So it means that you have to provide for transport. Some people will begin to say, okay, because you were providing for transport, you are incentivizing. No. We see that there is a degree to which because you don't expect the poverty-ridden population money they should use to feed themselves. If they were not participating in your study, they use that money to transport themselves. And the time they should be in the farm, they are coming to the clinic in order to support your study. Who pays for their time? Who pays for who puts food on their table? Now, we're not saying that you give them so much amount of money as to sway their responses, but at least they deserve some little bit of compensation for their transport, for their time. So sometimes they come in, you don't need to give them money. You give them some light refreshment and finger food if you want. Sometimes you may give them money for transport. And then if you are also coming to the village, their setting where they are, you want them to talk to you in an empty stomach. A hungry man. How can a hungry man take an interview of maybe 30 minutes? Empty stomach. And you want to hear everything the way it happened, their life experiences. A hungry man is an angry man. He may even interject angry words into the, he may even bring misleading information. This is one of the things that happen when you work in poverty-ridden areas. But nothing wrong in coming to such people. You prepare their local delicacy, maybe unu, you have them, you have things, ginger drinks, soya milk, things like that they normally like, and then they come, you serve them, okay, and then they are relaxed and you can talk to them, and some of them should be in the farm. But because you said you were coming on that day, they cancel their farm. They stay behind for you. So who pays for that? So it is compensation, but you need to make it moderate. So you're not buying them, you're not buying their views, you're not overtly influencing them. Some of them will, why won't I tell you the truth? Is it because of this 5 naira you gave? I can afford 5 naira. Yes. So when you give people something that compensates but does not buy, that makes them speak their mind, that is the threshold you should not cross. But to go there empty-handed and begin to preach to a hungry man, you are wasting his time, and you know, in your study, and then you are now bringing ethical high ground, and no. So in proper research, ethics committee allowed that, but that compensation will be commensurate. We don't call it incentive. So it doesn't seem like you are trying to sway them. But compensation means I recognize that I am using your time. I am using your resources. I'm trying to just address those resources I'm using in a manner that does not outweigh what you have offered. A token, sort of, but a token that shows goodwill, that goes down well with the receiver. You know, remember, they must be made to understand that it is for the good of the society and for the good of all that you are doing that study. And when they understand that, if you explain it properly, when they are doing the informed consenting process, where you need to explain the benefit, the harm, the risk of the study, and why the larger society will benefit more from your effort, they will see your effort as a sacrifice to help others. They want to be part of it. That sways them. So if you can use your informed consent to put them in the right mood. But if you don't explain everything to them, you don't carry them along, they see you as somebody who has received grant of 1 million naira, 1 billion, and then you come to the village, you want to use them. They are wiser now. They're wiser. And they will demand money. But if you come up front, up clean, do things right from your informed consenting processes, and then give them some kind of compensation, I think it works. That's the proper fit.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. This really answers my question. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Fatai Kadiri Ekudayo, kindly unmute and ask your question.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, Prof. Thank you for this enlightening presentation and lecture. And my question is this: for a scenario where you want to collect data in an institution, and you really knew what the problem is, but then when you start collecting the data, you notice that they are biased in their statement, and probably they are not covering the real truth. Let's say, for instance, you know that there is no water in this facility. I now ask them, okay, please, do you guys have water? It's probably in a qualitative study. You now start asking them, is water available in this thing? But then they're not trying to actually mask the real gap or the real challenge they are facing in that facility. What do you do at that point in time, sir?
Okay, that means a situation where it seems the respondents are not giving you the right information. Am I correct?
Yes.
It tells you that you are the problem, not the respondent. You need to, first of all, take a look at your data collection tools. Are they asking the questions that they are meant to ask? Every objective has a question to it. And those questions are captured in the instrument, in the questionnaire. Objective 1 questions, maybe 1 to 5. Objective 2 questions, maybe 6 to 10. Objective 3, maybe 11 to 15. Maybe altogether 15 questions in all. Then interview guide for the qualitative arm is there. So now, if you have captured the concept properly, if your questions are valid, if your instrument is reliable, then if it's valid, it will measure what it's supposed to measure. If it is reliable, it will give the same result in the same context, in the same environment, in the same population. That is why you do pilot testing. Obviously, when you have this type of challenge, it means you have not done a pilot testing of the instrument. So you need to make sure you have done a robust instrument development and that it is valid. The instrument is valid. The validity of the instrument is of a reasonable level, and the reliability also. If they are reliable and valid, that helps. Then you now come to the interview guide. Is the interview guide properly worded? The questions there, the probe, you have the main questions, then you have the probing questions that follow, or the prompts that enable you to latch on to something they have said and ask for more clarification. Now, sometimes the quantitative data may be saying a different thing from the qualitative data. It is to your advantage because it means that there are conflicts between the two, especially where the instrument was not designed properly to capture the context. Then the qualitative will be utilized to interrogate the quantitative. And where there are variations in the responses, you must capture them and explain them as contradictions. And those contradictions should point to something that needs to be further explored. And you need to adapt. That is why after every interview, you refine your tool. You refine your interview guide. It is not the same question from A to Z. No. You may have an interview session today with 5 people. And at the end of it, you debrief, you and your assistants will debrief, you debrief your assistants, they give a report. You tend to find out if there is a question they asked, or if there is an authority play. They may look at you as a doctor. If I tell you all the truth now, you will witch hunt me. So they tell you half the truth. But if you come in and say, you see, I am not a doctor, I'm a physiotherapist, and you not be punished for this, you not be stigmatized, you not be maltreated. In fact, nobody will even know that you said this. It's in confidence, and I'm assuring you. You explain yourself, when they have confidence in you, they're not seeing you as somebody who have authority over them and who can punish them if they give the wrong answer. Yeah, you don't want to hear, like our politicians. They will be free. Tell them your name. Don't tell them I'm Professor Dr. Mrs. No. They'll say I'm Dayo. I'm happy to meet you. Please call me Dayo. Now, they know you on first name. They don't know you as Doctor, Professor. That creates an authority variation, a power relationship. And that they will not be, that sort of situation will not be fair. So you must have the right questioning, the right guide. If you have the right guide, you have the proper answer. And that's why also certain instruments, you must do the content analysis, do the content validity, do the face validity. You must determine what you need first. Do you need to do the construct validity to make sure that all the constructs, all the dimensions of the construct that they can relate to in that environment is captured? For instance, in the North, there are certain gestures you don't make. There are certain gestures you may make in the Southwest, but you can't make in the South, in the Northeast. Okay? For instance, a man may not shake a woman because it is not allowed in the culture. So you need to understand that. Then why would you ask them a question and say, how do you feel? You are asking a female, how do you feel when you are examined by the male gynecologist, and you know, do you feel good with the finding? Do you feel comfortable with? Do you feel confident in the answer? In fact, some of the questions you are asking are out of cultural context. They are out of tune because you are bringing in something that is alien to the culture. So you may have to contextualize. Okay, when your female gynecologist examines you, do you feel this way? You see, then they can relate to that because their culture allows that. And then you may not be the same question in the southwest. So I'm trying to point out to one thing: the construct, how they understand every situation, varies according to the culture. So you must get the cultural representativeness of the construct you want to portray and make sure it's captured in the right way in the question. So for every construct we are dealing with, how do the people see it? There are some customs where you are not allowed to spot. And then you are now doing a study to measure balance using squatting as an indicator of balance. But by their culture, they don't squat. So how do you think they are going to respond to that? If you give them a question here or you are interviewing them, they'll be giving you crazy answers because one, that thing is alien to their culture. So sometimes when you see situations like that, take a look at your instrument. Be sure that your instrument is measuring what it's supposed to measure. And that is why you need to test that instrument, pilot test it in a similar geographical environment, both the quantitative instrument and the qualitative, and see that it is measuring what is. So if you detect this problem early, that there is a mismatch in responses, you refine it. And then when you are in the field every day, you refine your tool based on their findings. So you debrief, you play back the tape, you listen to it, you listen to a research assistant and see which question they don't seem to understand properly. And then you adjust for it. You refine it further before the next interview session. So that way, you are likely to measure what you want to measure. But there are situations where the quantitative tool contradicts the information you get there, contradicts the information you get from the qualitative. In such situations, it's okay because it contextualizes the quantitative. And that contextualization may mean a lot. For instance, you may ask, are you satisfied with your salary as a physiotherapist? And people may say, yes, I'm satisfied. You know, number of those who say satisfied may be higher. And then when you go to take a look at the participants, majority are directors. Only a few are interns and principal physiotherapists and so on. Now, the quantitative tool is showing I'm satisfied. Now, when you come to the qualitative and ask the same question, can you tell me why you are satisfied or not satisfied with your salary? Even those who say they are satisfied because you have written before, likest care answer, unsatisfied, very unsatisfied, no idea, satisfied, and very satisfied. They may just tick satisfied. And then when you now ask them, they will say, yes, I'm satisfied. However, I am not very happy because when I go to the market, I expect that my salary should last for at least 4 weeks. But I run out of money in 2 weeks. However, you see, if I compare myself to the nurses, I'm better because you see their own run out in 1 week. So in a sense, I'm more satisfied. Now, the satisfaction he has put in that tool is because his own amount of money is more than that of the nurses who are of a similar cadre. So somehow that explains satisfaction in the quantitative tool. But in the qualitative tool, he's telling you, I'm not satisfied because he runs out in 2 weeks. And then you now begin to see that this information in the quantitative tool, which shows satisfaction, is contraindicated with the one in the qualitative. But what he has done is that he has nuanced it. He has contextualized that satisfaction because it is more than that of the nurses. So I'm able to say, okay, somehow I'm satisfied. And that tells you why he wrote satisfied in the tool. But I'm not satisfied because it runs out in 2 weeks. It should take from me for 4 weeks at least. You see? So it gives you why he's unsatisfied and tells you that largely he's unsatisfied with that salary. So that may appear contradictory, but it helps to challenge the quantitative data and properly situate it and ground it. But what we do sometimes when we interview people is that we don't listen to that one that they say. We listen to the one we want to listen. And so it's important you pay attention to every word they say. It means a lot. Now, if you look at where he said, I am unsatisfied because he doesn't last for 3 weeks, and then you interject, you jump in quickly to say, if you are unsatisfied, but you said you are satisfied before in your questionnaire. Now that makes a mess. But if you have waited, he will tell you why. He will say, I'm unsatisfied because it doesn't take me for 4 weeks. But in a way, I'm satisfied because, I'm better than nurses of my grade. Their own finish in a week. You see, he has given you 2 information, and you can see why he's satisfied in one breath and unsatisfied in the other breath. It is not contradictory. It is contextualized. It is nuanced. So you look out for that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that there are words that are contradictory, and that is an error from your instrument. So you may need to take a look at criterion validity or face validity of the instrument, or you may test reliability of the instrument. So it depends on the type of error you have noticed. But if you pilot tested it, you won't have that problem, trust me. I don't know if you understood anything from what I said. Any other question? Yeah, go ahead. You raised your hand at I can't see properly. What?
It's still the same person that asked before. Maybe he forgot to drop his hand.
Okay.
Or maybe he has another question.
Yeah, if you have another question, you can ask. No problem. I think we still have some time.
Okay, sir. I would like to ask that, is it possible to do a research work in another person's field? Like maybe me, as a therapist now, can you do a research work in the social sciences field?
Sorry, can you speak louder? Tolube, do you hear? So you can tell me.
His voice is not audible enough. So.
Okay, speak up a little bit. Is it possible for?
And what I mean is that, is it possible to do a research work in another field? Take, for instance, as a physiotherapist, I want to do a research work that is in the social sciences field. Is it acceptable, or there are specific things that must be put in place, such as maybe involving a social scientist?
Yes, it is possible for you as a physiotherapist to do studies in other fields, especially multidisciplinary study. In fact, this question brought me to one of the important things I wanted to discuss in this workshop. We make the mistake of not enhancing our skills and competencies, and also looking at ourselves as if we are boxed to a corner. If you are a scientist, if you are grounded in clinical research, it gives you the skills and competencies to work in diverse fields. My research assistant will tell you that there is no research, so long as it is a scientific study, that I do not complement and contribute to robustly, not just, I mean robustly, whether it's in engineering, so long as it's a scientific study. Reason is there are basic principles of scientific research. Are you grounded in them? Many of us hardly read research textbooks. And then you want to research. Why? You rely only on the lecture you get from your lecturer, some of whom we use the note of 1935. Read research textbooks, attend conferences, attend conferences internationally, see the new trends, read them, apply them. Read newspapers, read scientific articles, read publications in diverse fields. Let me tell you, I did a certification course in clinical research, clinical trials in Germany in 2016. Investigational medicinal products, how you develop a drug from beginning to the end, how you conduct any type of clinical trial at all, what steps you must take, what a master file is, what the funders give you, what a CRO is, what their level of study is, what your TMF, how you develop it, your CRF, case report form, what must be in it, how many versions of it, how you document it, how you document trials and record them, how you manage data, how you use data servers, how you upload the different types of stuff around clinical trial. What has it made me? I'm the coordinator of the Clinical Trial Consortium of University of Nigeria. So anything clinical trial in University of Nigeria that they need my services, they involve me. Okay, we set up ONSET, University of Nigeria Clinical Trial Center, Center of Excellence for Clinical Trial. I'm one of the pioneer officers of that center. By virtue of my training and understanding of how research is conducted in all its ramifications, either you are doing quantitative, qualitative, name it, mixed method, I have done all of them. Go and read my publication. I have diversified my portfolio in those areas because I was reading and I was writing and I was embedding and I was communicating with colleagues and learning and building capacity and competencies in those areas. Let me give you an example. This year, we won a grant to study the impact of ketoconazole and PHMB in the management of leishmaniasis. It's a skin disease found in Nigeria, especially in northern parts, Sokoto, Borno, and so on. Now, we won a grant of almost 300 million naira. We won that grant in December last year. Guess what? Guess who wrote that grant? I drafted it. I'm not a dermatologist, but I wrote the grant protocol from beginning to the end. If you go to the website of CWR, you will see my name on the grant paper. On that grant, they publicized it, that they have awarded this grant to my group, and I'm playing this role in that grant. I'm not a dermatologist, but I'm a principal officer, I'm a principal contributor. Yet I'm a physiotherapist studying leishmaniasis. Recently, we have an EDCTP3 call, and I'm looking at bioethics. I studied bioethics in Germany, bioethics of research. I am the chair of bioethics committee at David Umahi Federal University Federal University of Health Sciences. I chair it. So all the research protocols in the university must pass through my committee. I am the one that personally writes the review report. After my colleagues have done the review and sent the report to me, I write the review report and I write the scientific advisory for each of the reports and eventually determine with my colleagues who will get clearance or not. But I'm a member of the UNESCO chair on bioethics. I belong to the German UniRed research group, but I'm a physiotherapist. And now I'm putting up a consortium across countries in Africa. In fact, my colleague from Uganda, Professor Shu, contacted me and said, we can work on this together. He knew my capacity. And we are working on it. And just yesterday or 2 days ago, we had a meeting involving colleagues from South Africa, involving colleagues from Uganda, involving colleagues from Nigeria, involving colleagues from Germany, and I am the coordinator. I wrote the draft concept paper on that call. I wrote the proposal for that call. In bioethics, I'm a physiotherapist. And one of you here, who is my research assistant, was also at that meeting involving seismic group. These are multi-million-dollar groups. But they are coming to that meeting, to that consortium, on the platform of my credibility, because they have seen that I have delivered, I have a track record. But I'm not narrowing myself to physiotherapy. So I branch out into multidisciplinary areas. So yes, it is possible. You can do it. But do you have something to offer them as a member of the team? Are you an implementation scientist who knows how to implement clinical trial? Can you function as a clinical trial coordinator, no matter whether it involves a new procedure in surgery? You're not a surgeon, but you can be the coordinator of that trial because you are you have sufficient experience and knowledge of clinical trial, procedures. You have developed the different papers and so on. So when we do not develop ourselves, we limit our involvement. But when we develop ourselves and participate, albeit money is not everything. Most times we look for money. It's not paying now. Why must I? Join the research group. Forget about money. One of in fact, not one of my research assistant now can tell you that when he started working with me, there was no money. I will call him, Dio, where are you? Oh yeah, 12 midnight, he's awake. 3 a.m., he's awake. I am awake, he's awake. We keep working. Do this one, send it back to me now. I work every day, almost from morning till 5 a.m. I don't have time to sleep, because I engage in different research work. I must meet all the timelines, developing myself. And he keeps on also working with me, developing himself. So he is not the same person he used to be. There is no way he can be. It's impossible. But he's not looking at money, but he's making sacrifices. But give him 5 years' time. You will begin to hear his name, diversely. And then the money will come. But what happens to us is that we are fixated. Anything that doesn't give you money now is a mess. No. You take time to build. Build yourself, build your capacity, build your connection, attend conferences at your cost, make connections there, take phone numbers, work together. And then you now begin to see yourself expand. Now, in University of Nigeria, if they are doing any research work that is complicated, that requires appropriate protocol development, they will contact me. And I make input there. So at least most of my colleagues either ask me questions or get me involved. So I think you can do that. So physiotherapists can get involved. And there are many physiotherapists who have done the same in Nigeria, who have even done much more than I have done. And I see a lot of them in Ibadan. And I'm quite proud of the things they do, including the current HOD of physiotherapy in Ibadan. These are models. They have done so much. In OAU, I have seen that. In Unilag, I have seen that. I've seen that in the North. I've seen many of our colleagues work in the space of policy. I've seen them in public health. I've seen them in community health. I've seen in diverse areas. And that is the beauty. So it is possible in a nutshell. I'm giving these examples to bring it home. You know, so it is something that you can actually do.
Thank you very much, sir. You have just answered my age-long question. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. All right, Tolube, in the absence of any other question.
Salisu Seidu's hand is up. I don't know if the person has a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Well done, sir. I have a question. In the course of your presentation, you have highlighted how important it is to keep incorporating the knowledge from gray literature while carrying out a literature review. So, sir, what are the strategies that we will follow to explore the information in the gray literature, since you said it's hardly to be found in internet?
No, the gray literature, yes, you are right. Some of them may not find the internet. Some of them you also find in the internet. The gray literature includes information from professional bodies. You agree with me that Nigerian Society of Physiotherapy should have a website? They should have policy guidelines. The Medical Rehabilitation Therapists Board should have a website, should have policy guidelines, which are properly researched. And these are materials that should be in the internet, are accessible, but sometimes they are not. Now, the university library of your own university should also have online or e-library where they upload all your PhD, master's, and undergraduate projects. They give them DOI, they assign DOI to them, they publish them, they put them up in their library. Anybody can access them globally. These are unpublished, but they are online, they are available. They have not been published in journals. They've not been peer-reviewed, but they've been reviewed by examiners. They've been assessed by supervisors, and so on and so forth. These are all gray literature. You can get them through hand searches. They are not found in databases where you can use search engines, or you can use search strategies to extract them. But you can see them as gray literature. You can get them from hand searches. Specifically, you are working on neurology. So you may want to go to the Nigerian Association of Neurologists to see what they say concerning that condition. You may want to go to the physiotherapy special group of neurology to see if they have information around that. You may want to go to the UI library to see if they have online publications in this area. You are deliberately looking at specific libraries, looking at unpublished work. These are gray literature. So you may even go
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so you can get data from all of those materials and incorporate them in your study.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
There is no other hand up now, sir. And there is no question in the chat box. So I think we are very grateful and we're happy to have you to lecture us today. And we appreciate your time and efforts, the detailed and insightful
Tolu, it seems we lost you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I said that there is no hand up anymore and there are no questions. So we can call it a day and have a lovely weekend. And since you are the host, sir, you can kindly help us end the meeting, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much to everybody who attended. And we hope that you can now do much more than before. You can now write more protocols more confidently, and also continue to join the workshop series of MRTB and our professional bodies, and reach out beyond this point. Let the conversation continue. Please reach out to us if you have questions, if you have needs. Our emails are available. We can support you always. Do have a blessed weekend and keep working hard in this our space. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Prof. God bless you so much. We appreciate you, sir.
Welcome.